Irimid Ortahirna, Ganalne for a Corfuing. Hon sin a steward in Organever, August Nart the Gross of Rona Oring. Honey the horse concreha, Onus Goroicha, a Husno Far or Neil of Or, August or Neil Gunair Fasta. August go trade the correct no for read, tre creer stardian. Amen. Direct, we beseech thee, O Lord, our actions by thy holy inspirations, and carry them on by thy gracious assistance, that every word and work of ours may always begin from thee, and by thee be happily ended, through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you, members. And I now call on the Minister for Finance, Deputy Pascal Donoghue, to make his statement. Minister, you have 45 minutes. Thank you.
Budget 2026 will invest in our future while securing the jobs, prosperity and stability of today. It will tackle the serious challenges of meeting our housing and investment needs. At the same time, we are preparing for tomorrow. This budget builds up our resilience and will help us to adapt at a time of historic challenge and change for our economy and our society. This budget is the first of this government's term. We will continue to deliver for our citizens over the course of the next 4 budgets and in the years ahead. Ceann Comhairle, our economy has proven to be remarkably resilient, and this is due to the transformation of our country in recent decades. There are 2.8 million people at work in Ireland today, more than lived here in 1961. People are also living longer and healthier lives than ever before. Life expectancy today is 83 years of age, 10 years above expectations just 4 decades ago. The number of adults with a third-level qualification has tripled in a generation. And we've also made huge progress in restoring our public finances to health. Our debt ratio is moving in the right direction and has almost halved since I delivered my first budget to the House in 2016. Ceann Comhairle, while we should reflect on this progress, of which I believe we can be proud, we also clearly understand that not everyone feels the benefit of this in their daily lives. For many, concerns about their cost of living, about access to a home, remain paramount. To make the case for progress we have made is also to acknowledge that we need to achieve more. And we need to achieve more in a world that is dramatically changing. Ceann Comhairle, the certainties that have underpinned our transformation as a country are now being called into question. Uncertainty is the defining feature of the economy of the world this year. While the international order has been shifting for over a decade, this year saw greater fragmentation as widespread tariffs were introduced. The world has been pulling away from its near universal commitment to free and open trade, a commitment that benefited many. And our fortunes are connected to the world around us. Peace and partnership have been the drivers of our economic and social progress in recent years, and Ireland will always be a global voice for and champion of cooperation and trade. It is regrettable that tariffs were introduced, but the recent EU-US trade agreement is still a better outcome than the alternative of higher tariffs and ultimately even greater uncertainty. Nonetheless, tariffs will, of course, impact growth in the coming years. So the question then arises as to how we respond to this challenge, how we respond to a changing, to a more difficult international environment and rise to these challenges. How do we do this? We do this with a plan to strengthen the resilience we have shown in the past, underpinned by a sensible budget that will safeguard our future. That is how. And it is more pressing than ever that this government presents a budget that protects jobs, that supports growth. My department is projecting modified domestic demand, the best measurement for our domestic economy, to grow by 3.3% this year and by 2.3% next year. Domestic activity is expected to be supported by continued strength in our jobs market, which thankfully has proven to be remarkably resilient to our many and recent shocks. Since the onset of this pandemic, we have added more than 440,000 jobs to our economy. This is a historic achievement by Ireland. It has been driven by record levels of women at work, as well as people coming to work in Ireland. Our strong labour force, the backbone of our economy, is diverse, and there is strength in that diversity. So this budget will protect jobs. It will build on our progress. Looking ahead, we expect to add a further 63,500 jobs by the end of next year, with our economy remaining at full employment in the coming period. Real incomes are also expected to grow, helped by lower inflation, which is forecast to remain at around 2% next year. All of these forecasts have been endorsed by the Irish Fiscal Advisory Council. However, I and the government are still acutely aware that prices remain high. For many necessities, including food, prices are still going in the wrong direction. This budget seeks to address this through targeted supports for those most in need in a way that is affordable for Ireland. And we also need to invest. And this is why the updated National Development Plan, published and delivered by Minister Chambers in July, commits to €275 billion of capital expenditure over the next 10 years. This strategic investment will support our energy, our water, our housing, our transport sectors. These are areas that are critical to making Ireland a better place in which to live and work, while improving the competitiveness of our economy for domestic and for foreign investment. This is about jobs. It's about stability at a time of global challenge. And this investment will not alone increase the potential of our economy, it will boost growth. It will boost job creation in the short and medium term, and this in turn will further safeguard and improve the lives of our citizens. So due to the hard work of the people of Ireland, due to the right policy choices, the government is in a strong position to be able to protect our economy and the public services that underpin it. Our public finances are in good shape. Today's budgetary package is €9.4 billion, as set out in the summer economic statement. €8.1 billion will be allocated for public spending, and €1.3 billion will be allocated for taxation measures. I have reduced the tax package by €150 million to facilitate additional spending in targeted supports for the most vulnerable, while maintaining an unchanged total budgetary package. We must continue to control the rate of day-to-day spending on a level that is safe and affordable, one that reflects the reality of where we are today. Inflation has moderated. The size of our budgets must moderate too. And every budget is about choices. No budget can do everything, nor should it attempt to. The one-off measures of recent years must be replaced by more targeted, by more permanent supports, given greater certainty to people. So Minister Chambers and I are making the best possible use of the resources available to invest in our future, to strengthen our foundations. Similarly, we should have a tax package that does not put our economy at risk. And to safeguard against that risk, we are running budget surpluses, reducing public debt, and building up funds so that we are prepared for the future. We have run government surpluses over the last 3 years. For this year, the surplus will be €10.2 billion, and next year the surplus will be €5.1 billion. The debt to GNI star ratio, the way we measure the ability of our economy to sustain a certain level of debt, has now declined by more than 40 percentage points relative to the pandemic-related peak. And the government will submit a medium-term fiscal and structural plan to the European Commission in the coming weeks to ensure, like all EU countries, that this and future budgets are sustainable, they're affordable, and that they keep our public finances and our people safe. Our corporation tax revenues have allowed us to respond to challenges, such as the pandemic and the cost of living challenge. But we all know the degree of volatility in these receipts. We know over-reliance is a risk. In addition, international tax negotiations to design a system that achieve a fair and balanced approach to global minimum taxation, and one that accommodates the US tax system while maintaining a level playing field for all, are still ongoing. There is still considerable uncertainty. That is why, Count Corley, we continue to put money aside in the two long-term savings funds: the Future Ireland Fund, the Infrastructure, Climate and Nature Fund, to help us deal with the demographic and the structural challenges that may await, and the challenges we may not yet be aware of. And that is why, by the end of next year, my department projects that these funds will have built up to around €24 billion, an investment to protect future generations. By the end of this government's term, we expect to have more than €40 billion built up in these long-term funds. And this will allow us to face the challenges of the future from the best possible position. However, we must also be conscious of the challenges we face today, first among them being housing. And in preparing this budget, it has been to the forefront of our minds. For first-time buyers, for aspiring homeowners, for those attempting to negotiate and navigate the rental market, increasing supply is key. The government is determined to use all the policies at our disposal to increase supply, to alleviate pressure, so that more people can have access to a home. And that is why we have committed over €5 billion in capital investment for housing delivery next year, and that is in addition to the investment by the Land Development Agency and by approved housing bodies. We have legislated for the biggest changes to the planning system for a generation. We are implementing the National Planning Framework so that homes are built where they are needed, and we have made significant changes to the design of homes to help them become more affordable. Home Building Finance Ireland also provides finance to home builders across the country, and additional funding will be made available to SMEs. To ensure they have the capacity to fund such homeowners, I've consented to €200 million of additional external funding to support this objective. And I've also considered how our tax system can support additional supply, promote regeneration and tackle dereliction. Firstly, I am reducing the VAT rate as applies to the sale of completed apartments to 9% from 13.5%, effective from tonight until the 31st of December 2030. This is to help address the viability gap in apartment construction as part of a social policy to deliver more and higher density apartments, and I will introduce a financial resolution to give effect to this decision this evening. The residential zoned land tax introduced in Budget 2022 came into effect on the 1st of February 2025. This was designed to increase the national stock, the amount of zoned and serviced land to deliver homes across our country. So far, there have almost been 2,000 returns filed. Of these, 526 have requested the deferral of land because the land has been actively developed within planning timelines, and this shows that the objective of the tax is being met. And today, I'm announcing another opportunity for landowners to avail of an exemption in 2026 if they seek to have their land rezoned to reflect the genuine economic activity being carried out. The exemption will be considered by local authorities based on guidelines by the Minister for Housing, Local Government and Heritage, and further changes to enhance the operation of the tax will be brought forward in the Finance Bill. In line with the Government's commitment to accelerate the delivery of affordable homes, I am exempting the rental profits arising from homes that fall within the cost rental scheme from corporation tax. This exemption will apply to all developments that are designated as falling within the cost rental scheme by the Minister for Housing, Local Government and Heritage from on or after the 8th of October 2025. To further incentivise the provision of new homes, I'm also introducing an enhanced corporate tax deduction for certain costs incurred on the construction of apartment developments and for the conversion of non-residential buildings into apartments. This is to improve the viability of these developments. It will be available for projects where a commencement notice is submitted on or after the 8th of October 2025 and on or before the 31st of December 2030. Turning now to our larger cities, the Living City initiative supports the enhancement of older housing and commercial properties in the designated special regeneration areas in Cork, Dublin, Galway, Kilkenny, Limerick and Waterford. I am making the following substantial changes to strengthen the scheme. I am extending it to the end of 2030. I am increasing its scope for residential properties from those built before 1915 to those built before 1975. Furthermore, I am amending the scheme to support the use of over-the-shop premises for residential purposes. Where the works are carried out by enterprises, the maximum amount of relief available will be increased from €200,000 to €300,000, and I'm providing greater flexibility on the time period over which the relief can be claimed. And finally, over the coming period, I plan to add the 5 regional centres under the National Planning Framework to the scheme. These are Athlone, Drogheda, Dundalk, Letterkenny and Sligo. Adding these special regeneration areas to these towns will require careful planning and preparation by the relevant local authorities. And we're also aware that dereliction continues to be a blight on our towns and cities. We need to bring those properties currently lying empty back into use. To target the activation of this housing stock and in an attempt to breathe new life back into those towns and villages, I am today announcing the introduction of a new derelict property tax which will be implemented and collected by the Revenue Commissioners. With the agreement of the Minister for Housing, this new tax will replace the derelict site levy, which is currently charged at a rate of 7% on the site market value. I do not intend for the new tax to be charged at a lower rate than this. I intend to bring forward legislation providing for the derelict property tax in 2026. Preliminary registers of dereliction will be published in 2027, and the tax will be implemented as soon as possible after that date. The Residential Development Stamp Duty Refund Scheme is due to expire at the end of this year. In the Finance Bill, I will extend it until the end of 2030. This provides for a partial repayment of the stamp duty paid on a deed of conveyance or transfer of land where the land is subsequently developed for residential purposes. And to improve its effectiveness, I'm also making a number of changes to the scheme, including extending the 2 time limits that apply for acquisition to commencement and commencement to completion from 30 months to 36 months, where an application for a stamp duty refund is made in respect of a large-scale residential development. And I'm also providing for a full stamp duty refund to be claimed in respect of a multi-phase development at the commencement of the first phase of that development. And then to continue supporting the upgrading of rental housing stock, I will be rolling over the income tax deduction for small landlords who retrofit their properties for a further 3 years. These measures are designed to encourage more stock into our housing market and to support the development of more and higher quality homes. As I have said previously, budgets are indeed about choices. This budget boosts our economic resilience and keeps our public finances safe. It maintains our competitiveness and ability to protect jobs, and it also means the challenges we face in housing and investment can be delivered for households and businesses across the country. The scope for significant personal tax changes is therefore limited. Government is committed to measures that will improve the overall standard of living with a focus on affordable and permanent changes in the budget. However, over the lifetime of this government, I will stand by our commitment to make progressive changes to income tax if and when our economy remains strong. Today I am announcing targeted changes to USC. As of the 1st of January of 2026, the national minimum wage will increase by 65 cents per hour to €14.15 per hour. Accordingly, I will be increasing the ceiling for the 2% rate band by €1,318 to €28,700. This increase will ensure that full-time workers on the minimum wage will remain outside of the top rate of USC, while also giving a modest benefit to all workers whose income is above that amount. I'm also extending the USC concession that applies to those who have a full medical card and earn less than €60,000 per year, so that the reduced rate of USC continues to apply for a further 2 years until the end of 2027. Where our renters are concerned, I am conscious of the cost pressures that are faced by so many individuals and families. The rent tax credit was introduced in Budget 2023 and has proven to be a very meaningful support for renters, with almost 400,000 people benefiting from it in 2023. The credit is due to expire at the end of this year. I am announcing that I am extending it for a further 3 years to the end of 2028 in a bid to alleviate the pressure through what is an important tax measure for many. To support homeowners, I am extending the mortgage interest tax relief for a further 2 years, with a reduced value applying in the final year. And then, conscious of the fact that energy prices remain high, I am extending the 9% rate of VAT on gas and electricity bills until the 31st of December 2030, with a financial resolution on this matter later this evening. This should go some way to alleviating the energy cost pressures across the year for for households. Turning to our businesses, the government has been proactive in its reaction to the challenging global environment. Along with our EU partners, we are committed to unlocking the potential of the EU single market, which offers enormous opportunities. In February of this year, the Taoiseach convened the first meeting of the Government Trade Forum to help us better understand the changing trade landscape, which impacts on many firms in many different sectors. And building on this, the recently published Government Action Plan on Market Diversification and the Action Plan on Competitiveness and Productivity lay out our strategy for ensuring the resilience of our economy while boosting further competitiveness. And this budget represents a significant intervention by the government to protect these jobs and businesses and to support them in the future. In line with the commitment in the programme for government to further support businesses and help them retain jobs, I am reducing the VAT rate from 13.5% to 9% on food and catering businesses and for hairdressing services. The measure will come into effect on the 1st of July of 2026. This will cost €232 million in 2026 and €681 million in a full year. It reflects our commitment to support businesses in the service sector who are facing increased cost pressures. And furthermore, it will support more than 150,000 jobs in these sectors right across the country. As a key driver of economic growth and high-value employment, research and development supports are critical to our continuing competitiveness in a changing global environment. And recognising this, and following a review undertaken by my department this year, I am making several improvements to the regime, including increasing the rate of the credit from 30% to 35% and increasing the first-year payment threshold from €75,000 to €87,500 to support smaller research and development projects. I will also be publishing a research and development compass in the coming weeks, which will consider targeted changes to the research and development tax credit to better align with industry practices, for example, in the areas of outsourcing and qualifying expenditure definitions. It will also set the development of innovation supports. I am also committed to delivering tax simplification for businesses. Last year, a participation exemption for foreign dividends was introduced to simplify double tax relief and to enhance our competitiveness for multinational companies. I will be enhancing those rules by expanding their geographic scope to include jurisdictions where non-refundable withholding taxes apply, and to provide for a number of technical amendments to improve the operation of the scheme. And on that theme of competitiveness, it is crucial that our tax code is attractive to investment and is aligned with international best practice. And accordingly, I am publishing an action plan today to reform our tax regime for interest. It is informed by responses received to an extensive consultation on the tax treatment of interest in Ireland. The primary request arising from that consultation is for a fundamental reform of the underlying framework for the taxation and deductibility of interest. The phased approach of the plan will progress reforms to achieve a simplified regime that supports competitiveness and protects our tax base. And in this regard, a feedback statement will be published in November for further consultation. To respond to specific competitive challenges being faced by the visual effects sector, I am today announcing an improvement to the Section 481 film tax credit to provide for a new 40% rate of relief for productions with a minimum of €1 million of eligible expenditure on relevant visual effects work. This rate will apply up to a maximum of €10 million per production. We've also seen the creativity, the success of our digital games sector. To provide certainty to that sector, to encourage its continued growth, I'm extending the digital games tax credit for 6 years to the 31st of December 2031. The credit will also allow for claims in respect of post-release content work where the original game availed of the digital games tax credit. And further detail of this will be in the Finance Bill. As the proposed changes to the visual effects and digital games incentives are approved state aids, they will be notified to the European Commission and introduced subject to commencement orders. We also know that entrepreneurs are vital to the creation of jobs, to supporting economic activity across the country. The government is maintaining and committed to maintaining a tax system that supports them. I am enhancing the existing capital gains tax revised entrepreneurial relief by increasing the lifetime limit on gains to which the relief applies from 1 million to 1.5 million for disposals made from the 1st of January of 2026. The change will help ensure the capital gains tax system supports entrepreneurs who are looking to grow their business and take on new challenges. The key employee engagement programme is also due to expire at the end of 2025, and following engagement with stakeholders in relation to the scheme, I will extend it to the end of 2028, subject to approval from the European Commission. I've also spoken about the impact that foreign direct investment plays in our economy through the creation of employment, through the expansion of businesses. I'm therefore extending the Special Assignee Relief Programme for 5 years, while also increasing the minimum qualifying income to €125,000 to ensure the relief is appropriately calibrated. I will also simplify the administrative requirements and will set that out in the Finance Bill. As an open economy, our economy is deeply integrated into global trade flows. We are exposed to external economic downturns or volatility. The Foreign Affairs deduction is an important incentive for employees that support Irish firms in exploring and expanding into new markets. I will extend the scheme for a further 5 years, and I'm also increasing the level of relief available to €50,000 and extending the scheme to include the Philippines and Turkey. Recently agreed changes to EU VAT law will reshape our VAT administration environment to better recognise and facilitate how we trade, while strengthening the capacity of tax systems across the EU to tackle VAT laws. So to that end, the Revenue Commissioners will begin a phased rollout of domestic electronic invoicing arrangements for business-to-business transactions, and they will publish further details of this tomorrow. Withholding taxes are also an important feature of our tax system, and I want to explore opportunities to modernise them, to digitalise them, and to further expand their scope as we continue to adopt and respond to new and developing business models. A joint public consultation on this topic between the Department of Finance and Revenue will be launched soon. All of these measures will contribute to the creation, to the retention of jobs, and better use of our savings can also contribute to this objective. The EU Savings and Investment Union aims to make it easier, safer and cheaper for people to invest. This gives citizens a better return. It helps them to fund businesses that can grow. And in recognition of the importance of encouraging retail investment, Today I am reducing the tax rate that applies to Irish and equivalent offshore funds and foreign life assurance products from 41% to 38%. Reflecting the complexity of the tax framework for retail investment and to facilitate due consideration of the Fund Sector 2030 report, I will publish a roadmap early next year, setting out how we will simplify, how we will adopt the tax framework to encourage investment. It will take into account the recent European Commission recommendation on savings and investment accounts. And of course, we will do this as Ireland is in a leading position in the investment funds and asset management industry globally, a sector that supports almost 37,500 jobs across our country, and we will publish an implementation plan for this sector today. That report recommended a public consultation on potential options for an entity-level tax for IRFs. I do not propose to progress that recommendation. However, my department will undertake a public consultation on proposals to simplify the IRF regime without limiting its effectiveness. And in order to support these capital markets, I'm introducing a new market cap exemption stamp duty threshold of €1 billion for Irish SMEs and startups trading on regulated markets. For companies below this threshold, the 1% stamp duty charge paid on share transactions will not apply. This change is essential to the growth of homegrown businesses, especially those that want to grow internationally. And finally, I believe that it remains appropriate that the banking sector continues to make a contribution to the Irish economy. Therefore, I am extending the bank levy for one further year with a target yield of €200 million. So I've acknowledged that domestic and foreign investment are key to our economic growth, and so too is the success of our farming sector. I want to acknowledge the report of the Commission on generational renewal in farming. This report looked at farm succession in particular and made a series of recommendations, including the extension of 4 tax relief schemes that are specific to this sector, which were due to end this year. I have considered this matter and have decided to extend the farm consolidation stamp duty relief, the farm restructuring CGT relief, and the young trained farmer stamp duty relief to the end of 2029, and I'm also expanding the scope of farm restructuring relief to include woodlands and forestry. And in addition, in order to continue to help farmers meet their emissions targets and to address our shared environmental challenges, I'm announcing an extension of the Accelerated Capital Allowance Scheme for slurry storage facilities for 4 more years. And it continues to be important that these measures constitute state aid and therefore must comply with state aid rules. In support of climate policy, Finance Act 2020 legislated for annual increases in carbon tax out to 2030. This year's increase, which brings the tax to €71 per tonne of CO2 emitted, will be applied to auto fuels with effect from tomorrow and all other fuels from the 1st of May 2026. The additional revenue arising from the carbon tax increase is estimated at €121 million in 2026 and a full-year additional yield of €157 million. And these measures will be ring-fenced to ensure that carbon tax policy is progressive. We will spend this revenue on social welfare measures and other measures to prevent fuel poverty, to ensure a just transition, and indeed also a socially progressive national retrofitting programme to encourage also and to support our farmers to farm in a greener and more sustainable way. For example, the allocation of the Warmer Home Scheme, which provides completely funded retrofits to low-income households, has seen an 11-fold increase to where we were in 2020. We're also making huge progress on solar generation. Today, there are over 140,000 households with solar PV installed, providing greater energy affordability for those homes, both by reducing their own energy demand and by allowing them to sell excess energy into the grid. In support of increasing the number of electric vehicles on our roads, I'm extending the €5,000 VAT relief for electric vehicles for a further year until the 31st of December 2026. And in relation to the benefit in kind regime for company cars, I am extending on a tapered basis the universal relief on the original market value of a vehicle, which was first introduced as a temporary measure in 2023. The relief will remain at €10,000 in 2026. It will reduce to €5,000 in 2027 and €2,500 in 2028, being abolished in 2029. I'm also creating a new vehicle category for zero-emission cars only, where the lowest BIK rates will apply. To encourage further capital investment to help deliver a reduction in emissions, I am extending the accelerated capital allowances scheme for energy-efficient equipment and for gas vehicles and refuelling equipment for a further 5 years until the 31st of December 2030, and to help as many citizens as possible to play a role in the energy transition, I am extending the income tax disregard of €400 for income received by households who sell electricity from microgeneration back to the grid for a further 3 years to the end of 2028. Moving on to other measures. The new Gambling Regulatory Authority will be responsible for licensing and supervising the betting sector. Pool betting is responsible for just 2 entities currently, but under the new regime, a wide range of licence holders may be authorised to engage in pool betting. I'm concerned that betting operators may be incentivised to modify their business structures to avoid liability for betting duty, so I will legislate in Budget 2027 for a separate pool betting duty charge. This will provide time for engagement between my department and relevant stakeholders on the design and the structure of that duty. And to support public health policy to reduce smoking in Irish society, I'm increasing excise duty on a pack of 20 cigarettes by 50 cents, with a pro-rata increase in other tobacco products. So, Ceann Comhairle, overall, our public finances are in good shape. Our employment is at a historically high level. Our schools, our hospitals, our public services are responsible for so much good in our society. But we must build more homes. We must help those who need our help in a more targeted way. Minister Chambers and I make the case for that in this budget, for a budget that builds on what is good in our economy to achieve more for our country and for its citizens today and in the future. This budget will boost our resilience. It will protect jobs. It puts us in the best possible position to create a stronger and a more competitive economy while meeting the needs of our people today and in the time to come. To achieve this, a budget must make choices. Any budget that attempts to achieve everything in a single go weakens our ability to be safe in a turbulent world. That's why we make the case for running budget surpluses, for setting up funds for the future, not for some abstract reasons, but because this approach gave us the ability to help in the toughest of moments in recent years, and it will do so again. That is why we have to strike the right balance between increasing investment and moderating the growth in day-to-day spending. That is why our tax changes must be of a certain value and no more. And that is why now is the time to steady ourselves on the path for the future. In this and in future budgets, Minister Chambers and I, with the Taoiseach and Taoiseach and independent colleagues, will continue to stay on the path to support growth, to maintain safe public finances. And we will do this because this, in turn, offers the best protection, the best support for our people. And through our investment in people, in jobs, in homes, we are determined to meet the challenges that we face today and to realise our hopes and our ambitions for tomorrow. I commend Budget 2026 to Dáil Éireann.
Thank you, Minister. And I now call on the Minister for Public Expenditure, Jack Chambers, to make his statement. Thank you, Minister.
Account Corla. Thomas Igtiacht, Idir Le Fada, Erna Buntoshti, of Winnan, Le Gallagher, Usculta, So Agru, Le Vetagwin. Kega Vonan, Shin Gamachdu, and Marhir, Ni Morduan, Aiga Horts, an Timpalachtach, Nemiak, Agus Fullatul, Ataig Titsum, Amach, Nias Fidde. Ta Orna Canuna, Bultsil Le Heron. Big Chunker, Egon Malach, around the mids, Le Hinishtiacht, a Yainav, in our Gwid Ganohi, Ach Nemiachta, and you. Marain leis an gui a dhéanamid na gnóthaí ach na míocha sinna flanál agus a bhanistú an tír seo go geann na deithineanna na bhlianta. Account Corla, for a long time we've traded on our advantages as a small, open, agile economy. While this continues to serve us well as a country, we must take every opportunity to strengthen the foundations of our economy and of our society. Ireland stands at a crossroads. How we choose to invest, plan and manage our economic affairs today will shape our country's future. Budget 2026, the first in this government's term, represents an opportunity for a renewed economic fiscal approach, an approach that places the long-term development of our country at its heart and that strives to deliver better outcomes for all. To improve people's lives, we need to ensure that the decisions we make today are grounded in the best interests of our nation. Our vision is to create a thriving country where enterprise can flourish and people feel valued regardless of background, ethnicity, sexuality or gender. This is our opportunity to be a caring country defined by stability, tolerance and progress for those who were born here and those who have chosen to make Ireland their home. We must challenge the voices who try to use diversity to divide us. Instead, we will continue to celebrate the differences that elevate our cultural identity and our national heritage. This is the flag we must fly, moving forward together. In the face of many threats over recent years, our economy and our people have been remarkably resilient. While there are challenges that we've yet to overcome, it's important to acknowledge that Ireland is a successful country. We have a strong economy with over 2.8 million people in employment. We have high living standards, long life expectancy, excellent educational outcomes and a progressive system of social supports that work to ensure that the most vulnerable are protected. We must safeguard what we have worked so hard to build while striving to become more competitive, protect jobs and create new ones, investing, building more homes and excel as a country that is open for business, open for investment and open for opportunity. Lagan an bushade an léonniu bunshra shias don na blinta tá machróin. Tap óimiis an deis inis tógáil an runse sin watha le tauki rahul a chinsú de bhuintear na hÉireann. Today's budget lays the foundations for our future. It shifts the focus from isolated departmental or sectoral needs to our country's broader strategic priorities, considering the trade-offs and choices we'll face along the way. Reforming how we spend public money must be a priority. This is a key focus for me as a minister and for this government. It has been central in all my discussions with all ministers through 2025 and in settling departmental allocations for 2026. This government has taken the decision to moderate spending increases, providing more targeted and permanent measures, making the best use of the resources that are available to us. We're doing this to secure the long-term sustainability of the public finances. The programme for government is clear in its ambition to secure our country's future, and today's budget is an important milestone on this journey. While we cannot do everything in a single budget, the allocations I'm setting out today will deliver permanent impacts that make a positive difference to people's lives while also investing at record levels in our future. Budget 2026 is built on 3 priorities. First, we will ramp up our investment in vital infrastructure, which will boost productivity, protect jobs and support long-term growth. Second, we will make targeted improvements to public services, making sure they are reliable, accessible and efficient. And third, as set out by Minister Donoghue, we will strengthen our economic foundations so we're better prepared to weather future uncertainties. To support delivery of these priorities, I'm allocating €116.8 billion in 2026, an €8.1 billion increase on this year's allocation. An additional €6.1 billion will be allocated for current expenditure, with the budget for capital projects increasing by €2 billion. The current expenditure package will provide €2 billion for social protection to provide for our growing population, expand existing schemes and deliver a series of targeted new measures. €1.5 billion for health to hire more frontline staff and enhance the level of service that is being provided for. €1.2 billion for public service pay agreements, and a further €1.4 billion is being provided to broaden supports across many sectors. Overall, this will support an increase of 12,500 staff to deliver services directly to the public, including 3,370 in the health sector, 2,600 in the education sector and up to 1,000 in An Garda Síochána. I will also be setting aside €1 billion in a contingency reserve to be held centrally. This will allow us to respond to exceptional in-year expenditure pressures in 2026 and will fund elements of the costs related to Ireland hosting the EU presidency. 100 years ago this year, a fledgling state showed ambition and action. At that time, Ireland faced a very different set of challenges, a young state with scarce resources emerging from war and conflict. And yet the state had the courage to commit 20% of its national budget to build Ardnacrusha, one of the most ambitious engineering projects in the world at that time. In the way Ardnacrusha transformed the state then, we're again at the beginning of an infrastructure revolution that will require that bold ambition. We must embrace this opportunity with the belief and the confidence that we can shape the destiny of the next generation. This is our duty to the children born here today. We must confront head-on the systems and mindsets that have made delivery so difficult. Without change, we will see critical shortages of power and water within a few years. Congestion on transport networks will grow. Our ability to deliver more homes will be impacted, as will opportunities for investment and job creation. To address our country's infrastructure deficit, we must be prepared to radically overhaul how we deliver public projects. Next month, I will publish a detailed action plan to tackle these barriers of delivery. This will include plans to progress legislative reforms to strike a better balance between the rights of individuals and the public good, simplify regulation and consenting systems to make it easier to deliver projects, reduce the administrative burden and cut the red tape of our rules and guidelines so that our systems are not delaying much needed investment. Alongside these reforms, I've provided record levels of funding through the recent National Development Plan, the largest capital investment plan in the history of this state. Through this plan, Government will provide €275 billion over the period to 2035, prioritising funding for water, energy and transport, the building blocks to deliver more homes. In 2026, I will allocate €19.1 billion for capital investment, an increase of €2 billion on 2025. This will provide funding to progress thousands of new build social homes, major water infrastructure projects and flood relief schemes, build sustainability and resilience in our electricity grid and boost our electricity supply, and major projects across the transport, health, education, justice and arts sectors. Details of specific projects to be delivered in 2026 will be announced shortly, with sectoral investment plans for the next 5 years to be published by departments in the coming weeks. It's critical that we deliver these investments. The urgency with which we need to make progress can so clearly be seen when we look at housing. At Concorla, this government's absolute priority is to strengthen the foundations for housing delivery and build more homes for our people. In 2026, I'm allocating a total of €11.3 billion in funding to the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage. Almost €2 billion of this funding will continue to meet the social housing needs of over 100,000 households through the housing assistance, rental accommodation and social housing current expenditure schemes. Within this, I'm allocating €7.2 billion in capital funding, the largest ever such allocation for housing. This will include €2.9 billion to support the delivery of thousands of new build social homes and the second-hand acquisitions programme, €1.2 billion for the Starter Homes programme to deliver thousands of starter homes through a range of affordability supports alongside the Help to Buy initiative. €300 million will support the regeneration of our towns and urban areas through the Urban Regeneration Development Fund. €205 million will be allocated to a new housing activation infrastructure fund to support the work of the new Housing Activation Office. €140 million being allocated to retrofit further social homes, and €130 million will fund up to 17,000 adaptation grants of homes for older people and people with a disability. These measures, in addition to the tax changes just set out by Minister Donoghue, will make a real difference in the delivery of housing across our country. But to build these homes, we need to provide the critical building blocks of water and energy. In the National Development Plan, I've committed to providing €12.2 billion in capital funding to expand our water and wastewater services. Following through on this commitment in 2026, I'm providing €1.4 billion to Uisce Éireann to continue to build essential capacity to support new housing developments and to increase the resilience and sustainability of water supply. This will help to further progress the development of wastewater treatment plants right across the country. I'm providing €3.5 billion to ESB and EirGrid to strengthen our energy security and accelerate our transition to renewable energy. Building on this, I'm allocating €1.1 billion to the Department of Climate, Energy and the Environment in 2026. This includes €558 million in carbon tax revenue for residential and community energy upgrade schemes, continued investment in the retrofit of public buildings to support the delivery of our national retrofit plan, €209 million for the Climate Action and Environmental Leadership Programme to support our climate objectives and enhance biodiversity. Within this, €82 million has been prioritised to support a just transition for the wider Midlands region. Projects include decarbonising rural bus routes, support for private bus operators to transition to electric vehicles, wetland restoration and support for nature and biodiversity. Just as our investment in energy lays the foundation for a sustainable future, our approach to transport must ensure that this future is accessible to all. Our country's progress is driven by connectivity. Modern, efficient and effective transport systems unlock the full potential of our towns, cities and communities. Today I'm announcing a €4.7 billion allocation to the Department of Transport for 2026. This includes €940 million for a public transport public service obligation to support our public transport network, connecting communities and people's access to education, work and leisure. We will also continue the rollout of the DART Plus programme and Bus Connect programmes in Dublin and our regional cities, including the construction of 2 core bus corridors in Dublin, the Cork Area Commuter Rail Phase 1 and the Enterprise Fleet Replacement projects. Several major road projects, including the Adair Bypass, the N5 Balhadreen to Scramogue and the M28 to Cork to Ringaskiddy, and a major investment of greenway and active travel projects will be funded and developed in 2026. We will also continue to invest in aviation and maritime connectivity and to provide a world-class search and rescue service through the Irish Coast Guard. Additionally, as outlined in the National Development Plan this year, €2 billion from the Infrastructure, Climate and Nature Fund is being allocated to progress Metrolink. Planning for this transformational project has been approved. Now it's time to deliver. As our infrastructure brings us closer together as a country, our public services bind us as a society. The strength of our public services and what we choose to prioritise is a statement about what we value as a people, and Ireland has a social welfare system that protects the most vulnerable, an education system that consistently delivers talent, and a health service that contributes significantly to improved health outcomes for many people. This progress has been delivered through consistent investment and targeted decision-making across many years, and has raised the standards and expectations for what can be delivered. While it's important to acknowledge what works well, we must continue to focus on improving our systems of social support. The government cares about our people and has designed a progressive budget that delivers permanent and targeted social welfare measures that will shield the most vulnerable against cost of living rises. Ceann Comhairle, I'm pleased to be able to provide for a Christmas bonus for 1.5 million recipients of long-term social welfare schemes this year. This will be paid at a rate of 100% of the normal weekly payment and will provide much-needed support to families over this seasonal period. Next year, I'm allocating €28.9 billion to the Department of Social Protection, an increase of over €2 billion. This allocation allows me to provide an increase of €10 per week for a person receiving a weekly social protection payment. This will benefit 1.5 million recipients, including pensioners, people with disabilities, carers, job seekers and lone parents. To support people with disabilities and carers, I'm increasing the carers allowance income disregard to €1,000 for a single person and €2,000 for a couple. I'm also increasing the rate of domiciliary care allowance by €20 per month to €380 per month. In the programme for government, we have committed to lift more children out of poverty, guided by a new child poverty target of no more than 3% of children living in consistent poverty by 2030. A multi-year programme of supports begins today. I'm happy to announce a €300 million package of supports for children and families. As part of this, I'm increasing the weekly rates of the child support payment by €8 for children under 12 and by €16 for children over 12, the largest ever increase in this rate. This will bring the weekly payment to €58 for children under 12 and €78 for children over 12. I'm also increasing the working family payment to income thresholds by €60 per week for all families. I'm also extending the back-to-school clothing and footwear payment to 2- and 3-year-olds. To support those at risk of energy poverty, I'm increasing the weekly fuel allowance rate by €5 to €38, and following the recommendations of the National Energy Affordability Task Force, I'm also extending fuel allowance eligibility to all households in receipt of the working family payment. This will help protect around 50,000 families from energy poverty. Alongside these new measures, the 2026 allocation for the Department will provide an additional 30,000 recipients on pensions, illness, disability and carer schemes. The full-year cost of job seekers' pay-related benefit introduced earlier this year, and continued support for over 50,000 beneficiaries of temporary protection from Ukraine, including lone parents, pensioners and other vulnerable cohorts. In addition to this substantial social welfare package, the State will also deliver one of the most significant reforms in our history through the introduction of pension auto-enrolment from January 1st, 2026. My Future Fund is designed to support workers who are not currently part of any pension plan. Over time, it's expected to benefit around 750,000 people, securing a higher income in retirement for workers. These measures ensure that we improve the lives of our people through sustained investment and better public services. One of the most essential services provided by the State is our public health system, which safeguards the well-being of individuals, families and communities right across the country. 2026 will see a total funding package of €27.4 billion going to the Department of Health. This record level of investment will deliver an increase in acute hospital capacity of at least 220 beds, and the expansion of diagnostic services, at least 280 community beds, continued investment in the community nursing units refurbishment programme and reductions in community waiting lists, an additional 1.7 million home support hours, 500 more nursing home places, increased staffing and expansion of mental health services, including suicide prevention, increased access to CAM services and traveller mental health initiatives, and enhanced community and primary care services, including the rollout of the new pharmacy contract. The value of this record level of investment needs to be fully realised, with a focus on productivity, efficiency and better financial governance. These changes will create the basis to establish a more multi-annual structure of funding our health system. Accordingly, this year's significant funding allocation will be accompanied by a programme of progressive reform in our health system. These include the ongoing decentralisation of service provision through the new regional health areas, rostering reform, which will see the extension of health services to evenings and weekends, and a reduction in the dependency on agency staffing. Financial management reform, which will allow for improved financial reporting, better use of procurement and increased expenditure control. Investment in digital health, including the HSE Health app, the National Childcare record and virtual wards. Another area of investment relating to health is disability, and this programme for government commits to advancing the rights and improving the lives of people with disabilities. To progress these priorities, I'm allocating €3.8 billion to the Department of Children, Disability and Equality for disability services in 2026. This includes funding for community-based disability services to ensure people with disabilities receive the right support at the right time in the right place. It will provide permanent and predictable funding and deliver tangible impacts for people with disabilities. Over 9,000 people will receive the residential care they need, including 250 new placements next year. 1,400 young people finishing school will be supported with day services places, along with 50 additional places for older adults. Families waiting for assessments will see progress, with around 6,500 private assessments funded to reduce delays. More than 150,000 hours of home support and personal assistance will help people to live independently in their own homes, and 10,000 overnight and 15,000 day respite sessions will be provided. To drive reform, a dedicated unit has been established in the Department to lead a review of Ireland's disability service model. This unit will work hand in hand with people with disabilities, their families and representative organisations to shape a long-term vision for services out to 2030. Just as we strengthen support for people with disabilities, we're equally committed to delivering systems that support and protect our young people. To make progress in this area, I'm increasing the funding for early years by €125 million in 2026, bringing total investment in early learning and childcare to €1.5 billion. This will fund the National Childcare Scheme, with more than 285,000 children set to benefit from the scheme in 2026, an increase of approximately 35,000 children. Universal early childcare and education, benefiting over 105,000 children in 2026. The access and inclusion model for an increasing cohort of children with disability to access and meaningfully participate in formal childcare. A 10% increase in the capitation rate for AIM Level 7. Year 4 of core funding, with enhancements in Year 5 of the scheme to improve pay for educators and school-age children practitioners, with the implementation of new employment regulation orders. The Building Blocks Infrastructure Programme will fund extensions of existing community centres and schools to deliver approximately 2,300 additional childcare places. Investment in our child welfare services is also a key priority for this government. This year, €1.3 billion is being provided to TUSLA to provide for foster care, family support services and additional residential care placements. Ireland has one of the strongest education systems in the world, with some of the highest ranking PISA scores for literacy. The programme for government sets out concrete commitments to support our young people. And to begin on delivery on this, the Department of Education and Youth will receive a total of €13.1 billion in 2026. This allocation will provide for 1,717 additional SNAs for students with special educational needs in 2026, the highest number of SNAs we have ever had in our education system at almost 24,900. Along with an increase of 1,042 teacher posts, including 860 additional teachers working across various special educational needs settings, including in mainstream, special classes and special schools. Continued investment in the school transport scheme, bringing 170,000 students to and from school. Additional funding is now being provided to support the implementation of DESH Plus and a new DESH plan, supporting children at risk of educational disadvantage with targeted measures. The planned rollout of the education therapy service that will commence in special schools, providing access to essential therapy services. Additional funding for young people through youth services is being provided, with an increased focus on capital investment. I'm also announcing an increase in the standard capitation rates paid to all schools. This will include, on a per pupil basis, €50 for primary and special schools, from €224 to €274, €20 for post-primary schools, from €386 to €406. In addition to this, the Department's €1.6 billion capital allocation for 2026 will progress the delivery of over 300 school building projects, with the majority of these expected to be completed in 2026 and 2027. Within this, there will be a strong focus on the delivery of additional capacity for approximately 2,800 places for special classes and special schools from the first tranche of projects as well under the Climate Action Work Scheme. It's important to remember that learning doesn't end with childhood. It can be a lifelong journey for us all. And the Department of Further and Higher Education, Research, Innovation and Science continues to foster adult learning and the development of the skills and the needs to support our workforce and our enterprise sector. In 2026, the Department will receive an allocation of almost €5 billion. €4.1 billion will allow for increased delivery of apprenticeships to support key infrastructure projects for the economy, the provision of 1,110 new places in key health and social care professions to meet the workforce needs of the health, disability and education sectors, a permanent reduction of €500 in the student contribution fee to support students facing living expenses, and an €810 million capital allocation will fund key infrastructure projects, including the recently established Taoiseach Éireann will be supported to drive excellence in research, attract international research talent and promote knowledge transfer. Student accommodation projects at Maynooth University and University College Dublin. Development and operation of 11 technological university facilities covering 70,000 metres squared and supporting STEM and related disciplines. 2 new veterinary medicine colleges to almost double the number of veterinary graduates. The progression of centres of excellence for retrofit skills, including near-zero energy buildings, and the National Demonstration Park for modern methods of construction under Housing for All. By nurturing talent, we can strengthen our nation's competitiveness on the global stage, ensuring that a thriving enterprise sector is at the heart of our economic resilience. At Count Corla, this government is committed to supporting our businesses. I'm allocating €1.3 billion to the Department of Enterprise, Tourism and Employment. This will fund Enterprise Ireland to strengthen its capacity to support Irish businesses in scaling innovation, accessing global markets and creating high-quality, sustainable jobs. The IDA to continue to attract world-class foreign direct investment to our shores, the promotion of regional enterprise development through local enterprise development offices, the establishment of a national artificial intelligence office to provide a focal point for the promotion and adoption of transparent and safe AI in Ireland, and the delivery of action plans on market diversification, competitiveness and productivity. €223 million is also being provided under the Tourism Services Programme, reflecting Government's commitment and recognition of tourism as a vital driver of regional development and employment. This range of supports will enable us to fully capture strategic opportunities and enhance our position as a trading economy on the world stage. We must also cement Ireland's diplomatic presence and place on the world stage. As we witness the horror of the ongoing genocide taking place in Gaza, we must recommit our state to continue to use all our considerable diplomatic resources to support peace in our world. To support the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to do this in 2026, I'm allocating €1.3 billion. This will ensure that Ireland continues to expand our global footprint, with the number of missions abroad reaching 107 next year, boost our official development aid by €30 million in 2026, and support the implementation of Government's action plan on market diversification. Provision has been made in the overall budget ceiling for the requirements of the Presidency of the Council of the European Union. Specific funding allocations on this will be made available in due course. As we enhance our role internationally, it's important also to consider our largest indigenous export sector, the agri-food sector. At the heart of towns and villages across Ireland, agriculture and food production is a cornerstone of our economy. To continue to support this vital sector, I'm allocating €2.3 billion to the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. €85 million in additional funding will more than double the allocation for bovine TB eradication, enabling the rollout of the bovine TB action plan and reducing the risk of outbreaks. Funding for the Acre scheme will increase by €20 million to reach €280 million in 2026, continuing to support over 53,000 farmers. €20 million will allow for the continuation of the National Sheep Welfare Scheme, which assists over 17,000 farmers, and €35 million will be provided to the World Food Programme to support people affected by emergencies, conflict and climate change internationally. Government is committed to continuing to support our fishing communities and aquaculture sector. €7.4 million in increased funding is being provided to Bordí Scawara programmes to support and enable a sustainable Irish seafood sector. Another area where Ireland thrives in the global arena is in culture and sport. For a small country, Ireland offers an extraordinary wealth of talent and entertainment. Our artists, writers and athletes are now leading the way on the world stage, while our media keep us connected to each other and to global stories as they unfold. To build on the progress we've made, the Department of Culture, Communications and Sport will receive an allocation of €1.5 billion in 2026. This provides for a €10.7 million increase in current expenditure for Sport Ireland, €3 million of which will support the establishment of League of Ireland football academies. Ireland has a proud footballing history at both domestic and international level. However, despite the enthusiasm for the game here, our youth development structures have not kept pace with other countries. In addition to rule changes following Brexit means many more young players are staying in our domestic system for longer. This presents us with a responsibility, but also an enormous opportunity to nurture our brightest young talents here at home and provide them with the best environment to fulfil their potential. The investment I'm announcing here today is the start of a multi-annual commitment from this government to focus on grassroots and build a new era for football in our country. I'm also allocating an additional €1.6 million to support inter-county Gaelic Games players and funding to support the Irish Rugby Football Union to strengthen high-performing pathways for women in rugby. The success and achievements of our sporting heroes inspires us all and brings that collective ambition to be better. When our sportsmen and women succeed, our nation rises. The same can be said of our artists. Throughout our history, our arts community and the world-class talent it boasts has ensured Ireland has always been a home of creativity. In recognition of the essential role of arts and artists in our society, the previous government introduced a pilot basic income for the arts scheme, and this government is now committing to deliver a successor scheme to begin next year. In addition to this, I'm allocating €84.9 million for arts and culture in 2026 to provide for increased funding for major projects such as the Crawford Art Gallery. I'm also allocating €433 million to support the completion of the National Broadband Plan, while €5 million in additional funding will strengthen the post office network to enhance its role at the very heart of rural and community life. The 2026 allocation of €357 million to broadcasting will include provision for Shasta Hui Punka Kahar Euro TG Kahar, Lennon Aritzer Maidu Hui Punka Kahar million euro, Honover Gaelga Archides on Plor de Fosti agus Service the Newark the Nias Lehna Hintu. €65.4 million for TG Kahar, including a €5.4 million increase to ensure high quality Irish language content, children's programming and expanded news services. Support for the continued delivery of the reform and transformation agenda in RTE. Celebrating our culture means celebrating the people living in the towns, the villages and the communities right across our island. This government is committed to supporting vibrant, inclusive and sustainable communities throughout Ireland where people can live, work and connect. We will continue to support the Shared Island Initiative, doubling resources by a further €1 billion out to 2035. In 2026, this will deliver the major Narrow Bridge and Ulster Canal restoration projects will forge ahead, a new Dublin Derry Airlink to commence, enabling regular air travel between the two cities, and there will be programmes to develop the bioeconomy, support green capital investment by firms, grow tourism across our border regions, and enable world-leading research collaborations. This important work will allow us to continue to develop consensus around a shared future on our island. This government is committed to supporting vibrant, inclusive and sustainable communities throughout Ireland where people can live and connect. Today I'm allocating €611 million to the Department of Rural Community Development and the Gaeltacht. This funding will support a range of target initiatives. I'm allocating €192 million to rural development and regional affairs in 2026. This includes an increase of €5 million for rural supports and the Rural Regeneration and Development Fund. An increase in the current allocation of €9 million for community development supports brings the total allocation in 2026 to €260 million. This includes €4 million in increased funding for the Community Services Programme, bringing total funding to over €59 million, €3 million in additional capital funding for the Community Centre Investment Fund to support refurbishment grants for community centres, and €3.8 million in increased funding for the Peace Plus programme to support the drawdown of committed cross-border projects in 2026. Tá sé ríhabhata go défamish na réigiún Gaeltachta Herberts agus a cousins lena cinsú go mé na mhuil teanga agus cultúr seo abalta fás agus Ferberts. Tá me gledálaigh €150 million don Gaeltacht agus don na Hillan, sin méadú €3 million le haig fiche. San orb sa bhéadú sin, beag €1.5 million in mhaoinú capital de Vonnegar na Nillan, lena rít tús a chur leis an obair fiabhsachanar an gé ina siar. €2 million in mhaoinú capital do Heradú Gaelga agus cultúr, €3.5 million in mhaoinú médaithe de scéim na taíocht Gaeltachta agus Gaelga. Strong communities thrive when people feel safe, protected and supported. At Ken Corla, everyone who lives in this country should feel safe in their homes and in their communities. With this in mind, I'm announcing €6.17 billion for the Department of Justice, Home Affairs and Migration. This will fund a range of measures, including the recruitment of up to 1,000 trainee Gardaí in 2026, an additional 200 civilian staff, further intakes into the Garda Reserve, and €19 million to increase the budget for Garda overtime. An additional €39 million for the Irish Prison Service to respond to demand trends, an increase of €11 million for the Court Service, over €6.7 million of additional funding for the Irish Probation Service, and additional funding to complete the rollout of local community safety partnerships. €11.5 million of additional funding will provide for domestic and gender-based violence initiatives in 2026, and a further €7.3 million will continue significant progress in youth justice interventions. Further investment will support international protection processing to increase capacity, as well as providing for costs associated with international protection and temporary protection accommodation. In the area of reform, the Court Service will continue its modernisation programme, implementing and rolling out e-probate and a range of other measures to significantly reduce processing timelines and improve the service to the public. Targeted investment through the probation service and youth justice schemes will help to divert young people away from crime, tackle recidivism, and will reduce the need for detention where appropriate. In addition, work will continue to free up Garda numbers to spend less time at administration and more time on the front line and in our communities, in addition to the focus on developing the Garda Reserve. Ireland is committed to safeguarding our national security while contributing to international peace and stability. To support these goals, I'm announcing €1.49 billion in funding for the Department of Defence for 2026. This represents an 11% increase and will provide for a net increase of 400 net Defence Force members, the creation of 50 new civilian posts next year, the recruitment of an additional 70 civil servants to work in critically important areas such as cybersecurity, and a range of non-pay measures including a new Defence Force uniform, equipment and maintenance projects, enhanced recruitment advertising, additional funding to progress maritime security, digital transformation and training and healthcare supports for the Defence Forces. This investment will also enable the progression of ongoing reforms arising from the Commission on the Defence Forces and the Independent Review Group's recommendations. I'm also funding a range of infrastructure projects in defence in 2026, including the progression of the military radar programme, procurement of a modern software-defined radio system, rollout of a new general service body armour system for the Defence Forces, the ongoing upgrade of armoured personnel carriers, and further modernisation and renovation of military installations throughout the country. At Count Corla, the success of our state and its people over the last 100 years can be seen in our ability to adapt and thrive. For all the challenges we have faced, we have persevered, we have always found a way. Time and again, we have turned uncertainty into opportunity, challenge into success. Budget 2026 is our country's collective step forward towards a fairer, better and more resilient future. We know what our challenges are, and we must now grasp the opportunity to overcome them. We must build a foundation for our future, homes, communities and a country connected by a clear vision of a bigger and brighter future for ourselves and for our children. Is é seo an bóthar ceart ar tír agus ar níne. This is the right path for our country and our people. I commend this budget to the House.
I now call on the Leader of the Opposition Party, Sinn Féin's Minister for Deputy Pearse Doherty. Deputy Pearse Doherty.
I can't call you, and before I begin my response to the budget, I just want to take this moment to remember all of those who lost their lives in the Creasla tragedy 3 years ago today. Very close to this time, and 3 years on, that tragedy still has left many scars and pains, and the families are still searching for answers. And I would say that the Minister for Justice has refused to meet the families until the end of the criminal investigation. I think that's the wrong decision, and I would ask him to reflect on that decision, particularly this day. And Chakrak Moore are Tá agah do gréad daoine seo na tá dú tréice, tá dú leat hain. Budget in seo a then seo a scríte ag fin na Gael. Budget a chréigean ibrií agus tealaí chun ara hórstífa siúd a tá ar bhair an dréimria. Chodú ar bíd a hostas moraltala, gríú ar bí chun an sail a stopú, fuisú ar bí ar chain, drachflan chun leanúint go deó le géirchéim títheachta agus sláinte, agus galantí téhan scriste agus caite sa wascar brúscar. An chiad cinniu, an chiad imteachta bheits again budget seo na an North Rye petrol agus diesel energy scanala. Agus seo más cin na rialtas is massa a anigmid I. Well, Ken Corlia's generations of Irish parents remind their children, is just the vel a Maltaray, Self-praise is no praise at all. And that is what just echoed loudly right across these benches of the Dáil. Self-congratulatory applause and black-slapping that would make you all blush with embarrassment and shame. Because when all the clapping is done, when all the backslapping is over, and the government benches die down, when the dust settles in all of the spin that we've heard, the bluster, the deluded arrogance that's come dripping from both ministers' speeches, ordinary people, where are they? They're left in the cold. Hard reality written here in the black and white of this budget. And your big message here in this budget, and people have heard it loud and clear here today, is that you're on your own. This is a budget written by Fine Gael, a budget that abandons workers and families to look after those at the top. No help with the cost of living crisis, no action to end the rip-off, no break on taxes, a blueprint for the continuation of the never-ending crises in our housing and health, and election promises, one after the other, torn up and thrown in the bin. The first decision, the first impact of this budget will be that petrol and diesel will go up tonight, hitting hard-pressed families already. It is one of the worst government decisions that we've had, and I am shocked at what's in this budget. I was asked earlier on by somebody in the media, what do you think? And I says, I don't believe it. There's something that they're going to pull out of the rabbit. There's no way that they're going to abandon workers in the way that was suggested. But by God, yous did that. Yous give them nothing. This budget reads as a catalogue of handouts for those at the top. If you're a big corporate landlord, a wealthy property developer, if you're one of the bailed out banks, this budget is a mighty sweet package for you. But if you're one of the hundreds of thousands of ordinary households that's impacted by the cost of living crisis, if you're one of the people that's facing the avalanche of rip-off bills and struggling to make it ends meet at the end of the week, then this budget screws you over. It's empty, it's hollow, and it's a dead end. The only applause or kudos that should have been offered for government today is for the warped fiction you created in your own heads that enabled you to write this budget, because it bears no connection whatsoever with what's actually going on out there in the real world. No connection at what's happening in the everyday lives of working people throughout Ireland. And I have to hand it to you, lads. In fairness, bravo to you. Only Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil could look at a cost of living crisis staring everybody in the face, with households hanging on by their fingernails, and say to themselves, you know what's needed here? Big tax breaks for our wealthy pals. More help to feather the nests of the privileged few at the expense of the many. Well done. Because only you guys, the parties that have been messing things up for ordinary people for over a century, could have come up with that one. This should have been a cost of living budget. That's what was needed. That's what people were demanding. A budget that would make life affordable. And the dogs in the street could tell you that. And it is far and away the biggest issue impacting people right across the state. Households are being hit by out-of-control prices right across the board. Costs are keeping rising. They go up and up. The bills keep on coming. And working families, parents who work hard all week, are coming under severe pressure to take care of the basics. To put food on the table, to keep the heating on, to keep the lights on, to put clothes on their children's backs, to keep a car on the road. And yet you lads have the brass neck to waltz in here and you puff out your chest, you smile at each other, you backslap, you applaud each other, but there is no measure in this, no measure to help ordinary workers stay afloat under the wave of rising costs where people can't catch their breath without being hit by another price hike. So how out of touch do you need to get? Was there nobody in the backbenchers? We've held a lot about the backbenchers and the party's not listening to you. Was there nobody in the backbenchers that told these lads that there's a cost of living crisis out there and people needed to be looked after? And the big question today is what's happened? Because during the general election, you told everybody that the cost of living was the #1 issue, that the cost of living issue would be dealt by your parties. Simon Harris went everywhere he could find a mic or a camera. He said, cost of living issue is my #1 priority, and if I get elected, I'm going to deal with that.
Hear, hear.
You delivered nothing in this budget for them. Delivered nothing. You screwed workers over royally in this budget. And it won't be lost on anybody that last year's budget, just ahead of the election, there was no problem of providing a cost of living package. And it's now clear that that was just a sweetener bribing people with their own money for votes. And now, what you got What you got is what you wanted, and what we have is a situation where things are worse, where more people are feeling under pressure, where more people can't pay their bills, where prices continue to rise, and the government decides that a cost of living package isn't necessary. And I say to you, what do you say to the renter who's already forking out €2,000 a month and knows that more crippling hikes are on the way because you refuse to introduce a rent ban? What do you say to those when you say, oh, well, I'm providing a renter's tax credit? But you know, and I know, that providing a renter's tax credit without stopping rent increase means that that money doesn't go into the tenant's pocket, it goes into the landlord's back pocket. And that's the reality of it. What do you say to the stressed-out couple who you promised over and over again, Pascal and Simon, you promised a plan to deliver €200 a month childcare within the first 100 days of government? What do you say to the motorist who's been ripped off by greedy insurance companies, who's jacking up prices and premiums non-stop? Nothing in this budget to help them. Indeed, you're going to hit them worse by pushing up the price of petrol and diesel. And what do you say to the people who are fleeced week in, week out in their food shopping? Because in this budget, if you were to read it, you'd swear that you believe that it's not happening. You have very little to say to them because you've left them high and dry. And you're not stopping there, because you're kicking people already when they're down. You've hit people again and again and again. And today you're delivering a huge volume of tax cuts, no doubt about it. And ordinary workers get nothing. Zero, zilch, not a cent. The squeezed middle aren't getting anything. But who's getting it? Because there is tax cuts in this budget. Who's getting it? Well, if you're one of the persons, if you're on the SARP, for example, then Pascal has made sure that there's 60 million of taxpayers' money to help you. And what do they get? And people at home won't even believe this. They get a tax cut of over €100,000. €100,000 for people who have to be earning over €125,000 and up to $1 million. That's the priorities of this government. But the families that I'm talking to in my constituencies who's out there working, earning 30 and 40 and 50,000 euro, they get nothing in this budget in terms of tax breaks. But others get tax breaks as well. Developers, landlords, they're going to get tax breaks, and of course, the sweetheart deals for the banks remain. So you couldn't make this up if you tried. At a time when households are watching every single euro, at a time when they need support from the government, you stick your hand in their pocket to pickpocket them for the money to fatten the coffers of the wealthy. And that says it all about this government's priorities. It says it all about what we get nearly after 15 years of Fine Gael in power. Is it any wonder that we now have 1 in 5 children who live in this state in poverty? Is it any wonder that we now have more than 5,000 children are homeless under Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael? You only have to look at your limp response in relation to the big energy rip-off. You have a record number of households, 300,000 who can't pay their electricity and nearly 200 who can't pay their gas bills. And starting this week, starting tomorrow, they are going to see double-digit electricity prices, but no energy credits in this budget. You walk in here today, you tell those households that you're cancelling the energy credits that they relied on for the last number of years. That is shameful, even for Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. And you've presented a budget here as if that this is all rosy in the garden out there, that the cost of living crisis has gone away. Well, it's not, because we know that prices are going up and up and up, and in this budget, you've left families hammered. It leaves people in no doubt whose side Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are on. But let me be clear, energy credits were never the full answer. They were supposed to buy this government time to get energy costs down for households, but it's time that you've squandered. You've refused to take on the big energy companies who are making bumper profits of people's hardship. They squeeze and they gouge their customers, and you sit there and you do nothing. These companies know that they have nothing at all to fear from this government, so they have free rein to keep jacking up prices, to keep squeezing, to keep gouging, because Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are going to do nothing about it. So now, as we enter into the winter, when households have to put on their heating longer and their lights for even longer, people are now going to be fleeced when they don't have energy credits to shield them. And that's on you, Minister. That's on both of you. That's on your cabinet who signed off on this budget. Because make no doubt about it, there are going to be more families now this winter who cannot meet their electricity and gas bills, and that is a direct consequence of the decision that you have taken here today. And it's not just energy companies that are gouging people. Government is turning a blind eye to price gouging right across the board. Insurance companies, banks, large supermarkets all make obscene profits on the back of ordinary workers. And this government, by any measure, has failed to get a grip on the cost of living, and the rip-off rolls on. Prices are still out of control, and the government nowhere to be seen. Insurance companies have made the point many times, making profits 2 and 3 times that they make anywhere else, but yet the government allows them to do it. Bailed out banks, making billions, not millions, billions of euro of profit, but pay no tax, and that's acceptable under the Minister of Finance's plans, and no oversight whatsoever in relation to supermarket pricing and profits. Workers and families are looking on today, and they'll be asking how we can have a surplus this year of over €10 billion and next year of over €5 billion, and there isn't any real help for them in this budget. And the answer is clear, because Fine Gael, with a typical nod from Fianna Fáil, are treating them at every turn. The sly, sleeving way of doing business is written all over this budget, presented on every page. For one thing, you take the students of Ireland for fools, and that's what you're doing here. Only in this government's twisted world could you present a hike in student fees as a cut. You're literally trying to convince people that up is down. Whatever way you try to muddy the water in this, Minister, people understand, students understand and parents understand that it is costing €500 more in fees this year than last year. Do you think that the students of Ireland can't do the maths? They know that Fine Gael are screwing them over and over, and you're making out that you're trying to do them a favour, and that's the reality of it. So come off the stage, Minister. Come off the stage, Tánaiste. You're jacking up student fees, and be a man, own it, be proud of it, declare it, and stop trying the con job that you've tried here earlier on. Sinn Féin has called on you. Sinn Féin has called on you to give working people a break that they deserve. We called on you in this budget to scrap the USC on the first €40,000 that people earn. That's the fair way to cut taxes. That would put nearly €750 into workers' pockets this budget. We told you to scrap carbon tax increases, but the government plans to put them up tonight and for the next number of years, all with the support of Michael Healy-Rae and Danny Healy-Rae, who couldn't stop talking about it when they were on this side of the House. It is reckless to drive up the cost of living at a time when so many people are just hanging on. It is reckless to drive more people into energy poverty, but that is exactly what this budget will do. We called on you to increase pensions and core social welfare payments by €15 to reflect the reality of prices that are rising and putting serious pressures on those families. We asked you to deliver a €20 increase for disability payments to recognise the additional cost of living with a disability. In your budget today, you have shortchanged pensioners and those on social welfare. Your rate increase of €10, it doesn't even cover the cost of food inflation. That's the reality of it. It doesn't even cover the cost of food inflation. We called on you to enhance and increase the renters' tax credit. Indeed, you've committed to increasing the renters' tax credit, but it's not to be there. A ban on rent increases, nowhere to be seen. We saw skyrocketing rents. Instead of banning rent increases, you're letting landlords jack up rents right across the board. And instead of increasing the renters' tax relief, you choose to increase a tax relief for landlords. Because landlords are getting a tax increase next year. They get €1,000 next year from Fiscal, because landlords is the priority. Renters, even though you've committed to, continue to get the same, and they don't even get it because the landlord will pocket it as the prices of their rent go up. Your own official warned you that that landlord tax relief was one of the worst ideas. A former ESRI economist called it the stupidest tax relief of recent times, and every single year, including next year, you're increasing it. And the world keeps spinning, but you can always count on Fine Gael to come up trumps for the golden circles and the vested interests. And it's ordinary people who pay the price over and over and over again. It's like you don't believe that workers and families are deserving of an affordable life. Every budget you produce, in fairness to you, a masterclass in delivering for the few at the expense of the many. And this budget is no different at all. You have no appetite for delivering a better deal for working people. It's too hard for you, too much effort, too much work to change direction, to put ordinary people first for once and for all. But none of that was a problem when it came to striking your grubby deal with Michael Lowry and his band of merry followers. No effort was spared on that score. No bridge was too far to cross. And what we have today is the budget of that grubby deal, a budget that cheats and screws over ordinary people, and that is exactly what it is. Well, the people of Ireland have had enough of all of that. They deserve so much better than being cheated year after year in every empty budget you have served up. We have a situation here where we have spending overruns in the billions. And that's, you have to look at what the budget that you produce and wonder, what's the point? Because last year the overruns were 4.6 billion or thereabouts. And we have overruns over and over again, and the fact that your contingency fund of €1 billion is so large is an acknowledgement that your two ministers have put up the white flag and said, really, it's now a feature of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael that overruns are out of control and we can't control them. So let's put a wee pot there of €1 billion to deal with these overruns in the future. During the year, spending runs out of control and the government acts like it's normal. Billions more spent, but no more houses built. Overruns and overruns, but no improvement in services. And there is a breakdown in financial management in the state, from the hundreds of thousands on bike sheds, to the tens of millions renting empty offices, to the billions on the National Children's Hospital that still isn't even open. The IPAS system, which is like the Wild West, government has made a small number of individuals multi-millionaires overnight, with billions being spent, with no checks or oversight, handing over huge sums of taxpayers' money to operators where there's no signed contract, proof of ownership, leases. This is mad stuff, but this is normal now under Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. The government has time and time been exposed as serial wasters, and nobody takes responsibility. Nobody is held to account. And that waste has real consequences. That waste has real consequences, particularly when you deliberately underfund other areas. For too long, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil have failed the children right across the state. 1 in 5 children now live in poverty. That's your record. 1 in 5 children now live in poverty as a result of your governments. 1 in 5. €10 billion of a surplus this year. €5 billion next year. 1 in 5 children live in poverty in this state. That is shocking that you have allowed this to happen. It's over 200,000 children. It's a national disgrace. That's what it is. It's a national disgrace. And it didn't happen by chance. It's happening because of the budgets that you have introduced in this House year after year. We called on you to deliver effective measures to tackle child poverty. That means targeted and universal measures. The cost of living crisis has brought so many pressures on so many households. Many that never thought that they would be in this situation now find themselves in a situation because of your government. And again, we see no increase in child benefit rates. No increase in child benefit rates. Child benefit was higher in 2008 than it is today, and talk to any parent, they'll tell you it is dearer to raise a child today than it was in 2008, but nothing in terms of child benefit. That means no relief for so many families. We need support for families, and this budget should have provided it. We need to make sure that every child sees an improvement in their situation. We called on you to increase child benefit by €10 and provide a double payment this year along with other targeted supports. You should have doubled the back to school payment. You should have extended the fuel allowance by 9 weeks. That would have given people an extra €297. Instead, what you've done is you've only increased fuel allowance by €5. €5. It's worth just €140, less than half of what is needed. You've increased core social welfare payments by €10, but as I said, that doesn't even keep up with food inflation. We called on you to increase it by €15 to reflect the reality of rising costs. And what you should have announced today is a conscious decision to deal with the issue of child poverty. But the reality is, we'll see the statistics in a couple of years, Micheál, that your decision here is a deliberate decision to continue to leave children in this state in poverty. That's the reality of it. That's the reality of it. You can shake your head all you want. You have been the architect of the fact that there is 1 in 5 children in poverty in this state, Micheál. That's the reality. of anybody, above anybody else. You've been the architect of that. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael committed to cap childcare costs. Remember that one, Simon? Remember that one? That was the policy that you copied from Sinn Féin, and you're welcome to it, but we want to see it implemented. We want to see it implemented. You said, Simon Harris said that he would produce a roadmap. This is before the election now. Simon Harris said he would produce a roadmap within the first 100 days. It was a priority for his government. 100 days came and went. 200 days came and went. Still no roadmap. He said earlier this year, reducing the cost of childcare is a priority for me, and I can tell you, as leader of Fine Gael, we will make real progress on the cost of childcare in this budget. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There is no reduction in the cost of childcare for people in this budget. Where is the progress on the €200 a month, Simon? Instead of delivering a cap of €200 a month, what you've delivered is a cap of €200 per week. That's what you've delivered. That's what you've delivered, Simon. You should be red with embarrassment instead of trying to heckle me across the chamber. Another election promise broken. Another election promise broken. And just like childcare, yeah, you've been in government about 16 years, yeah, and you've made a balls of it. Yeah, I agree. And just like childcare, you've copied Sinn Féin's plan to abolish the means test for carers. And again, you're welcome to that policy, but let's get it implemented. What you've done in this budget would take you more than a decade to abolish the means test in carers in relation to the amount of money that you've set aside, and that is not acceptable to us or indeed the carers of Ireland. Now, let's get to the issue of housing, because the housing crisis continues to deepen. It's dragging people down with it, and it's over a year since the Commission on Housing, your own Commission, said that we need to see a radical reset in relation to housing. What did you do in that year? You built less houses than the previous year. You couldn't make that up. That was your response to the Commission. You built less houses than the previous year. And you have delivered, you can't even deliver in targets that are abysmally low. And why has this happened? Because you're stuck to the same old failed policies. And this budget isn't going to fix the housing crisis. Indeed, I've been of the view for many years now, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil will never fix the housing crisis. Because soaring house prices, rip-off rents, are hardwired into Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael's housing plan. It is not a bug in the system, it is a feature. Incompetence alone doesn't explain the housing crisis. It's not by accident that we're in this situation, it's by design. Over a decade of this housing crisis, and we have politicians and government wringing their hands, saying that they're doing all they can to solve it. When the crisis gets worse, every single year, the crisis is getting worse. So what are we being told now again? The old Fianna Fáil tune. We're being told now that we need to give more money to investors, we need to give more money to developers. If we just give them a little bit more, then the housing crisis will be solved. Tax cuts are the big idea from Pascal. We're going to vote tonight with no information really on €250 million tax cuts to developers for the sale of apartments. It's going to cost us €250 million next year. If the apartments aren't being built at the minute, then they can't be sold by next year. So this is dead money. This is money for apartments that are already under construction, and I'm sure the developers are laughing their heads off and looking at what they're going to do with this huge bonanza that they're getting for apartments that are already under construction. But the idea of bringing in a €250 million tax cut with no information, no detail, and to be voted on tonight is absolutely ridiculous. I've engaged extensively on this issue a number of years ago, and we were told, we had briefings from the department, we engaged with industry, we're told it would be difficult to administer, but crucially, it wouldn't move the dial on house prices, and crucially, that it would just get pocketed by developers. And if this cut is applied to apartments that are already being built, then what is the point of this next year? Because there's no provision in the resolution that it only applies to apartments that are being built from tonight on, that start or commence. It seems that it's available to ones that are nearly finished now, but maybe that is the intention, because we know the priorities of this government over and over again. And all the time, you come in here, like every single year, and say, this is the budget that's going to fix the housing crisis, this is a housing budget and all the rest. And what happens? Every year, the crisis gets worse. House prices go up, rents go up, homelessness go up, and more people lose hope in relation to the future of this state. In terms of health, we have a health system now where people are afraid to go into the hospital. We have loved ones who are left for hours on end on trolleys or in chairs, where places of healing are described as war zones, where a person goes through the doors of University Hospital Limerick or St James's or indeed many of the other hospitals, and they're expected to stay 12, 14 hours on a chair before they're even seen, before they even can get onto a trolley, or before they're discharged home. And people shouldn't be afraid to go into hospital or to bring their loved ones to hospital, but that is the reality. Despite the effort, the huge effort of our healthcare staff, that is the reality. And that is why the first thing this budget should have done in health is to provide the €2 billion in capital funding to make our hospitals safe, to drive on the elective hospitals and to guarantee a second emergency department in the Midwest. But this budget again falls way short in relation to all of that. Ní más madi ag an rialta seo an phobal teanga, an nád an gaeltart agus ní ról a fada an loa, agus tá ar a gaeltart níos más a bhí ogan rio tuis of cursus the worker and the chira seo a kilomid lig go better ahu engineer na a hanig ara o fvi an fuel hontasi a chin mid seo san ken ashna seo go an gaeltar the leash rish fueke an yahu hanig na milchi dini go milishko Kivid
Continue there.
Michal, an rotor in this region, nor a hannig na milchi dini ma, nor a hannig kid tree agri or gaeltart ma, agus a red grow quick million euros of fresh. Quick millions of fresh the yihari o hivan gaeltart. That ship genu new urge agus damaged it on gaeltart a reached ella, agus shin and shin feeding yet in the scale day. This budget is going to come and go like all of the rest of them. Nothing that I've heard here gives me hope that the crisis we face will be addressed, and I fear many people are in for a long and hard winter. When we were growing up, our parents taught us important lessons. One of the things we're told is that if you show up and work hard, then you can build a good life and you can secure a good life for yourself and your family. That life would be affordable and that you'd have fair chance to achieve your future you want. Well, after 15 years of Fine Gael government, that lesson, that expectation, that bedrock of life has been shattered for an entire generation. You have made the extortionate cost of living the new normal, crushing people's hopes and even aspirations. And that's what this budget is about. Well, it's not normal. It can never be acceptable that people who go out to work every single day are skirting inches from the poverty line. It can never be acceptable that households, even with 2 incomes, are borrowing for their parents just to pay the bills. It can never be accepted that our young people are forced to the airports, to Australia or Canada, to seek the opportunity that they should have here at home. And I'll finish here with this. I've never seen election promises abandoned so fast and so completely. You've prioritised in this budget and you made a conscious decision. You've prioritised the well-off, the landlords, the developers, the investors at the expense of ordinary workers. You have really shown your true colours. You have taken a calculated risk. You hope that people will forget this by the time the next election comes around. But I fear, folks, the people are going to remember this one because you have shafted them royally.
Deputy Mairead Farrell.
Today you've come before us and you've been very clear, Ministers. Nothing will change for working people who are absolutely at the pin of their collar trying to make ends meet. Rents will continue to rise, childcare will still be unaffordable and unattainable for many, and the income of working people will fall in real terms because your tax package does nothing for ordinary workers. You tell us that your budget is pro-investment, but what you actually mean is that you're cutting taxes for the elites, all the while failing to deliver the public investment that our economy desperately needs. But the reality is that none of this will surprise many of us, because the very first actions of this government told us exactly who you sought to represent in this new Dáil term, and that was yourselves. The very first actions of this government showed you were here to feather your own nests, and that you did. The very first actions that you took, the very first bill that you brought forward in this Dáil was to increase the number of super junior ministers and the wages of your junior ministers. So clearly, the cost of living crisis was biting on the poor junior ministers. But this time last year, we were preparing for a general election, and my God, what a different time that was. You all had so many promises of all the things you'd do, how many houses you would build and deliver, all empty promises and all leading to very little action. Fine Gael, you told us that you'd be giving our children the best start in life. With 1 in 5 children in poverty and over 5,000 children in homelessness, that is an absolute disgrace not to deliver on. Fianna Fáil, your manifesto told us that you would help families cope with high prices. Instead, there's no cost of living package, and in fact you're increasing their costs. 300,000 households are already in debt over electricity prices, and your removal of energy supports will only increase that further. And of course, this time last year we didn't actually have the Lowry Party, it wasn't even in existence. But I don't recall any of those independents campaigning for increases in the carbon tax. In fact, Michael Lowry blamed the imposition of carbon tax at the insistence of the Green Party. Well, you can't blame the Greens on that now, folks. It is you who are implementing those increases now. So if we look at what you have actually presented here today, this €9.4 billion budget package is a rip-off. There's nothing in this budget for working people and families that ends energy credit supports, increases income taxes in real terms and hikes student fees. And at the same time, this budget has one of the biggest tax packages in history, give away lavish tax cuts to the richest in our society. Instead, what you could be guaranteeing is guaranteeing that working people and families have access to affordable housing, groceries and childcare. That would be the sign of a strong and functioning economy. So you're increasing costs on workers and families while refusing to provide the supports they need, but continuing to waste their tax monies. From bike shelters to security huts that cost more than homes, to a children's hospital still not delivered, costing more and more every passing month. The wastage of public money is seen across every department and includes the colossal sums that are being spent on a dysfunctional iPass system, a system which has been seen costs soar from the millions to the hundreds of millions into the billions, enriching a new crony class at the expense of local communities and the taxpayers that you kick in the teeth with today's budget. But housing is the biggest crisis facing all families across this state. And you insist continuously that housing is your #1 priority, but your actions speak far louder than words. Your first action after feathering your nests was to raise rents. And in the middle of a housing emergency, I have to say, ministers, that is absolutely unforgivable. At times, I really do wonder, are you actually trying to make this housing crisis work? I've been elected for the last 11 years, and I've never seen it as bad as I see it today. Because if that is what your aim is, then you're actually succeeding, so Masha Vershin. But every year, this crisis gets worse under the policies and budgetary decisions that you implement. And before the general election, you were hell-bent telling us that you would hit the target of 40,000 houses last year, knowing fine well from information that was given to you that this target would be missed. The Central Bank predict that you'll continue to miss housing targets for the next 3 years. Not only are the targets not being met, but there's no real ambition in the targets that you set, and there is no increase in affordable or social housing targets today. Your own Housing Commission have acknowledged that only a radical strategic reset of housing policy will work. Yet what does this budget deliver? More of the same policy solutions that have worsened the housing crisis, a pathetic package of ineffective tax cuts and minor regulatory changes that waste millions of euros of public money. Our alternative budget and housing strategy offer real ambition and investment to arrest the housing crisis. They detail a concrete plan for the radical reset of housing policy so desperately needed. What we needed from you here today was an increase in affordable and social homes so that finally people can access secure, affordable accommodation. And what we needed and what renters needed was a 3-year ban on rent increases so that renters' tax credit doesn't continue to be inflationary. Instead, your entire housing policy is written with and for landlords and developers. You've given landlords free rein to set rent prices, you've slashed the design standards for apartments and are now cutting tax on apartments. These changes are only creating one kind of home, built-to-rent apartment blocks with flats that are smaller, darker and increasingly more expensive. These high-density, high-cost and low-quality blocks of apartments owned by international investment funds are a symptom of a broken housing system. They are the manifestation of a rudimentary understanding of economics, where housing delivery is only viewed in terms of supply and demand, and housing is now a financial asset, not a home. Having a home of your own should not be a luxury, it should be a fundamental human right. And what we need is good quality, secure and affordable homes, homes that meet people's needs in terms of size, space, light, accessibility and a proximity to work. We desperately need a balanced housing system, one with adequate number of social and affordable homes, alongside a private rental sector and home ownership within reach of working people. You should be building public homes enough to meet the need for social and affordable housing. You should be freezing rents for 3 years alongside increasing renters' tax relief, and you should activate the small and medium-sized builder-developer sector to deliver more quality homes for working people to buy at moderated prices. That is what a sound economy is built on. Homelessness is at shocking levels. There are 5,000 children in homelessness, and neither one of you mentioned homelessness in your speeches today. That is outrageous. How that can be done is unconscionable. The fact that the two of you delivered the policies of today and did not mention homelessness is beyond. But it is probably not beyond all those people that are in homelessness, because that is what they expect. Homelessness is not an inevitability. It is the result of having a weak, broken housing system that fails to meet the basic needs and fundamental human rights of our people, and it should not be seen as inevitable. It should not be something that we become desensitised to. It is not good enough that more children and more children will be in emergency accommodation this Christmas. To our great shame, we have an epidemic when it comes to domestic abuse in this country. Every single week now in my clinics, women disclose domestic violence to me, and it is good that more women are coming forward. But I am shocked again and again at the institutional barriers that are placed in the way of women leaving domestic abuse. There are still 9 counties in this state that do not have a domestic violence refuge. And the reality is that our refuges are bursting at the seams, because it is nearly impossible to find an alternative, safe, secure home when trying to leave those shelters. That is the reality. And that's despite us knowing that there's an increase in demand. We know that from Women's Aid. They've told us that there was a 12% increase in demand for frontline services. But that block in terms of housing is huge, Taoiseach and ministers. Progress is slow, and without the urgency essential that 1 in 3 women don't continue to experience psychological, physical and/or sexual abuse from an intimate partner. And that figure just shows that this is everywhere, that we all know people who have been impacted on this, and we need to take a leadership role in tackling this and calling it out. We need increased funding, but we also need to make legislative changes that would make a world of a difference. There are simple changes that can be made. Councils do not deal with women who have left an abusive relationship, or many councils don't, who have left an abusive relationship as a category under their hardship terms. That should be a no-brainer. I've dealt with a woman who was years on the council list in one county, and when she moved to her home county, as a direct result of domestic violence, her years were wiped, because you can't bring your years across county boundaries, even in cases where you are literally, your life is literally on the line due to domestic violence. She had to start from the beginning, and now her and her children are in emergency accommodation with absolutely no prospect of being offered a home. These are things that you guys could change. These are things you should change, but you have chosen not to. Tá Gaeltacht fáca rísel in áit le fin agisce. Tá géir chéim san Gaeltacht as betíocht agus bun infrastructúr atá in roch chuí. Ní láit sé ceannacht le tógáil ná ála chí san Gaeltacht, agus tá ar nína óga an Gaeltacht ága mar nachhfuil áite bille cónaí acab. Is dína muínacha í seo atá gír síla chatha trí bheán na Gaeilges agus tá gíre a teilí a thógáil sa chuí céine. Ach níl aon rud i gcathrú a Jeremy tíochta mar nachhfuil an tel an. Níl na dréocht trorlainn sí planál le Gaeltacht fáilte a fiú. Cégur sé seo gealta rins uaireantaí le blianta nús níl siad fáilte a caithfidh sin ailsiú as caithfidh sin a phlé an sin. Tá sé beag muomh as 36 milliún euro sa bhreis go bhuiséad na Gaeltachta ach nuair dhéantar tochailt nílach 1 milliún euro breise de bheartas nua lúte agaí a bhád níos lú ná a hasín ón plán fáis gon teanga. Is cosú gur cur a géile atá na milliún eile ag díanamh athrá ar thugraí capital a bhí gealta hana hain. Agus níl ach 2.5 milliún suúrach le dul i dro údarás na Gaeltachta. Tasín in eisiach de 1 milliún euro in údarás na Gaeltachta. Chun doling lech le cuasaí tíochta agus an aib infrastruchtúra chomá le ferbert an phobal teanga. Tá 5 infrastruchtúr chomór sin nach bhfuil síomhnaí ar fáil leis an seirbhísí chuí chun tithe thógáil. Tá bóithir ag titsemas a chéile dúir créime cáblaí fós ar an talla héis storm é óhan agus drehead atá dáintreach marall ar an aspa in eisiachta. Chun ar deanga chuomhnú caithe an chéad glún eile bheith ná cóní san Gaeltacht. Cín sé sin go dasín an tíochta ach tasín cúnamh eile freisin. Caithfar scéim leirt na gaige go thuirtarás agus is a haram an targetá deigil go bhrátí a thuirtgóib. Tasín tíocht bon infrastruchtúr agus postna maithe san Gaeltacht. Is é sin atá ag tasadh chun an Gaeltacht ás agus a chuineáil bríomhór. Today, Ministers, there are 510 people lying on hospital trolleys, 84 of those in University Hospital Limerick and 64 of them in my local hospital in Galway. Now, I'm sure many of us have recently been in A&Es and we've seen what it's like. Many of those people are lying in corridors that are bright, cramped, noisy and conditions with zero privacy. And that atmosphere, I always think, would be difficult enough to sleep in and sleep through if you were in the prime of your health. But when you're not feeling well and when you're extremely worried, when you're in pain and you're worried about your health, then that is incredibly difficult, if not impossible. People and their families are tired of having to fight for things that they should be entitled to, things that would make their health journey just that bit easier. People struggling for years with high medical costs, trying to get a medical card and being told no time and time again. All parties have signed up to Childcare, but it's clear from budget to budget that there's just no consensus on universal health care. This budget will not deliver affordable, accessible public health care, but the reality is that families can't wait any longer. We need better and more affordable access to medical care that, if anything, should be a basic fundamental right for you. When you become ill, that you have access to health care. And unfortunately, Ministers, every year you stand here and you promise us more and more, and you act like, oh my God, finally the penny has dropped and we are going to change things, it's going to be better. But the reality is that the reason that it doesn't change is because of the decisions made here today, but also because sums tend not to add up. You launched a plan for 3,000 additional hospital beds by 2031 last year, but you've not accounted for it. You've promised elective hospitals again and again, but where are they being accounted for? You've laid out in capital fall short of what and it will continue to fall short. So what you should be telling us here today, Minister, is what you've decided not to deliver. Is it the elective hospital in Galway that won't make the cut this decade? We are blessed with the fantastic staff, but they are working in very, very difficult conditions, and we need to invest in those conditions. We have staff who work in the most difficult conditions in our hospital, and they need to be supported. Your recruitment embargo did exactly what it says on the tin. It halted recruitment, and we are still unable to catch up as a result, with recruitment figures being half of what they were before the embargo. We need to be ambitious in our targets, increase the amount of university places, abolish graduate entry medicine fees, double the health and social care places at third level, and make it far easier and more attractive for young people, our young medical professionals who are abroad, to come home, work in our health service and build a life here. Now, what I was expecting, to be honest today, Ministers, was to see a clear commitment to women on endometriosis. But it seems you've committed nothing to endometriosis care in the budget. And let me repeat that you seem to have committed nothing to the women who are in pain and suffering with endometriosis, who are without access to any adequate services. There should have been a clear commitment of €20 million to develop world-class endometriosis services. You're treating women's healthcare as an item for export, and this needs to end. We need to be serious about women's healthcare. And we need to make sure that women are supported from adolescence to menopause and beyond. And we need to structure and tailor healthcare needs based on each individual woman and their healthcare requirements. Women should not feel forced to campaign about their endometriosis and tell their very, very personal stories to get you to invest as a government in endometriosis care. You should be doing that anyway. And the only message that this budget seems to send is that they still have to continue campaigning. This should be from a different time, not from now. Every family has been touched by mental health difficulties and illnesses. Physical and mental health need to be treated equally. We need to treat it as the emergency that it is and move to universal access to community-based therapy, counselling and support, alongside addressing the crisis in emergency and acute services. If you want to know how much the government cares about mental health, you'll only need to see that they copied and pasted the mental health section from last year's budget and changed 7 words. No one in crisis should be turned away or told to wait until the morning for access to emergency mental health care. Mental health is 24/7. It isn't just from 9 to 5, and our services have to reflect the reality. There is no clarity on this budget what you will actually do to improve mental health services for older people or for younger people. Access to services should be based on need and not where you live or your ability to pay privately. But that is not the case for so many, and it's certainly not the case for the people who have an eating disorder, who need inpatient care. We still only have 3 specialist public inpatient beds for adults, and they are largely based on where you live. Eating disorders have the highest mortality rate of any mental health illness, and sending people abroad or relying on private healthcare is not the solution. People need inpatient beds. All that this budget delivered was a token reference to eating disorder, nothing more than those words. We must also provide perinatal care, a place where a mother and baby can be together in cases of postnatal psychosis. There is currently no dedicated mother and baby perinatal mental health unit on this island, and this means north-south mothers who need to be admitted for inpatient care are separated from their newborns. We need a specialist all-island unit. When we talk about the economy, and obviously there's so much talk of the economy today, although there's also talk about other things, we need to think about what the economy is. And an economy is made up of the people that live in it. And the future of that economy are the children who are raised within it. And they are being failed. Childcare is an essential service, not just for families, but also for the economy. Almost half of one-parent households with children live in deprivation. Access to affordable, quality childcare is one of the key factors to take children out of poverty. Parents in this state pay among the highest costs for childcare in the OECD. These high childcare costs are forcing families into poverty, and they are forcing women out of the workforce, or not being able to go back into the workforce. You presumably recognise this, given the fact that both of your parties promised to deliver €10 a day childcare in the run-up to last year's general election. But there was no mention of that today, and you've squandered the opportunity to deliver it. And you've done very little to increase capacity at a time where tens of thousands of children have no childcare pace. You could have adopted our detailed childcare plan that caps childcare costs at €10 a day that you seem to think was absolutely fantastic last year, but not so much this year. Such a policy would transform the lives of thousands of families up and down the country. Investing in childcare is good for the economy, good for parents, and good for the educational outcomes of our children. And when we look at the here and now and what our economy will bring, we have to look at our young people. We have to look at what kind of a society we are given to our young people. And it is outrageous that when the state is as wealthy as it is now, that 3 out of every 5 of our young people are considering emigrating, with over 80% of our young people saying that they believe that they actually have a higher standard of living abroad. Given the wealth in this state, that is outrageous. Young people deserve the opportunity to build a good, secure life in their own country. The government have forced a generation to choose between living with their parents well into adulthood or to move abroad and leave their families, friends, a lot of their friends are abroad, and communities behind, and this is a national disgrace. Most young people will watch on today in the hope that maybe, just maybe, they have actually been listened to, and actually there is something in the budget for them, because the government have seen that they are struggling, that it isn't fair that they're forced to go to Australia or other countries. And can you imagine how deflating and frustrating it is to think that you'll never be able to afford your own home? Instead, students will look at this budget and will see that it will make life harder for them by increasing the cost of higher education while continuing to rely on expensive luxury student accommodation owned by international investment funds rather than simple, good quality homes, which is what is needed. So often, over the last number of years, I heard from the benches across from me that you will scrap student fees. Instead, today you've chosen to hike them by €500. We are clear student fees must be abolished. And while there is often big talk on apprenticeships by government, the reality is that they have to wait too long to get their off-the-job training, taking months or even years longer to complete their apprenticeships than they should, while their wages stagnate. Apprenticeship fees must be abolished. Our farms are part of the fabric of rural Ireland and a critical piece of our economy. Recent developments in agriculture, particularly coming from the EU with the Mercosur deal coming down the line and a 22% cut to the CAP budget, will have a negative effect on future farm incomes. One of the biggest challenges for Irish farming is generational renewal, and the government had an opportunity to show the next generation of farmers that there is a future in Irish agriculture by funding a generational renewal scheme, but they failed on that. You have not done enough to support farmers, particularly smaller farmers and family farms, and they have overseen a crisis regarding the spread of tuberculosis. The government should investigate anti-competitive practice to ensure fair and stable prices for farmers, increase the suckler and sheep improvement scheme payments, and invest in an accelerated testing and vaccination programme to tackle TB, which is at its highest level since the 1990s. This last weekend we had Storm Amy, and when you come from the west of Ireland, that means something serious. Because of course we've all had the experiences of Storm Éowyn and the aftermath of Storm Éowyn. One of the things we know for certain is that the climate crisis is worsening and the frequency of climate-induced natural disasters is increasing. Storm Éowyn brought the west of Ireland to a halt after decades of neglect from your governments. Decades of neglect. That came home to roost with basic infrastructure not fit for purpose and certainly not fit for the changing weather. Just to be clear, there are still cables on the ground from Storm Éowyn and from Storm Dara. This weekend we have already seen the strong storm in Storm Amy, and there's little doubt that we'll see more over the coming months. And instead of assisting these communities, you have chosen to place the cost and burden of those storms directly onto the people. In this budget, you had the chance to stand up to the big polluters. You could have introduced a pollution tax on private jets and ended our reliance on fossil fuels by investing in strong public, renewable energy infrastructure. Instead, you have pushed the cost of climate measures onto workers and families through regressive and divisive policies such as carbon taxation. The carbon taxes outlined in this budget are inherently unjust. They increase the cost of essential travel without providing any alternative vital public transport infrastructure. They represent an unjust, failed and technocratic approach to environmental policy making that worsens social and economic inequalities. Climate and environmental policies should benefit all of society, and we will only realistically achieve our climate goals if all working people and families are part of the just transition. Instead, you, really surprisingly backed by independents from rural areas, have made it more expensive for someone in our rural areas to travel to work, make essential appointments and simply to live. As you well know, your exclusive retrofit scheme is out of the reach of many, particularly of those who are living in energy poverty. And all those people who were seriously damaged during Storm Éowyn, who are still living in very, very cold houses as a result. You should replace your current scheme with a tiered and targeted vision that would allow people on middle and low incomes to retrofit their homes and reduce their energy bills. And every year in this chamber since I've been in here, one of the big things that happens every single winter is that we discuss a horrific situation of how energy poverty is impacting on our pensioners. And I remember I brought forward one such story where a man had come into me and he explained to me that he's sleeping in his kitchen because it's the only room in the house that he can afford to heat. And rightly, there's outrage at that point when that story is told. But what changes? Like, no, nothing. Nothing actually changes. And I'm sure we'll hear those stories again. Outrage without implementing anything to change things is faux outrage. And it's clear. We can all see through it. And one of the favourite phrases, oh my God, that I hear every week at leaders' questions, I think particularly by An Taoiseach, is that we don't have ownership of compassion. No, we don't. But you have the power to change things, and you choose not to. Households continue to subsidise data centres, electricity bills through the PSO levy. The burden is due to get bigger because you refuse to change your unfair approach. And this budget is a missed opportunity to end our over-reliance on fossil fuels. Renewable energies such as offshore wind develop cheaper, more reliable and sustainable energy that will protect us in a volatile global market. But this needs to be done collaboratively with local communities and to the benefit of those communities. The idea that there is no knock-on impact in the local area makes no sense. And in fact, once more, like many of your policies, it has become divisive. And I actually sometimes begin to think maybe that's on purpose. In just over 2 weeks' time, we will elect a new Uachtaráin na hÉireann, a President of Ireland, and we now have 2 on the ballot. Yet thousands of our Irish citizens will not be able to vote as they live in the 6 counties. How there has been no attempt by government to right this wrong in time for this election is beyond me. That households are Irish citizens and live in Ireland are unable to vote in an election to elect an Irish president is simply wrong. Bunreacht na hÉireann makes it clear that unity is the will of the nation, yet you refuse to plan, prepare or advocate for it. The Good Friday Agreement enshrines the right to national self-determination, placing the democratic future of the island in the hands of the people. By refusing to engage in the discussion, you are undermining the democratic promise of the agreement and failing to progress the will of the nation. Building a new and a united Ireland is the most important task for a generation. We should not, under any circumstances, allow our society to sleepwalk into referendums that we are not fully prepared for. We are clear that citizens' assemblies on a united Ireland must be established, and look, they just must be established now. But just as you seem to be blind to the realities of today, you are blind to the opportunities of our future. The prospect that all of us together can collaboratively build on a new Ireland, that should actually excite you. Like, that should be something that gets you up in bed in the morning and makes you think, what can we achieve? The idea of how it can benefit all of the people of Ireland, our society, our economy, all these positive things, but you seem to have blinkers on. Today's budget had the opportunity to build on that, to tackle head-on the issues of the day so that this state can fully realise its potential. The housing crisis can be solved. We can ensure a place to live for all the children of this nation. We can ensure that our people can access healthcare when and where they need it. Children don't have to continue to live in poverty. These are all things that can be tackled and should be tackled. But unfortunately, Ari, I'm beginning to realise that it is not that you are unable to tackle these crises, it's that you are unwilling to.
Deputy Jed Nash.
Thank you very much, Laskin Gorla. I will be
please,
sharing time with my colleague, Deputy Marie Sherlock. The story of Ireland over the last decade has been a story of missed opportunities, a catastrophic failure to build the homes we need when we could have and should have. A government so crippled by caution and its own conservatism that we are only now, over a decade into an unprecedented spell of uninterrupted growth, facing up to the chronic infrastructure deficits in transport, in health, education and energy that puts our economic model and our society at risk. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael combined are the single biggest threats to Ireland's economy, not Donald Trump and his tariffs. And together they've delivered a budget of broken promises for workers and dreams that have come true for developers. Now, Ireland in 2025 is a country of contradictions, rich and poor all at the same time. Record corporation tax takes, but record numbers of children without a home. record numbers of people in work, with 1 in 5 of us on low pay. Budget surpluses that are the envy of Europe, with poor public services and infrastructure that belies our status as a rich country. Growing wealth at the top alongside shameful levels of child poverty. High food prices that just keep climbing. The second highest energy costs in the European Union. A housing supply and affordability crisis. Rising rents. Regulation that fails citizens. And all of this hasn't happened by accident. It's the logical outcome of policies pursued by Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil for a decade. A government that's wasted a boom, happy to throw money at problems that instead require novel thinking, imagination, courage and real reform. And yes, there is a faint whiff of 2008 around the place. You can be fiscally responsible and investment focused too. But Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil let their old ideology get in the way. Now, recent history shows us that you can't keep cutting taxes and ramp up spending at the same time and expect a good outcome for our country. I'm one of the 3 survivors still in this House from the government that marshalled Ireland back to economic growth. Another is Minister Donoghue, my colleague Deputy Kelly. Minister Donoghue should know the risks. Nobody should want to be there again. We're duty-bound to remind this government. And we have to ponder some facts. Public spending's gone up by over half since 2019, with, yes, COVID-19 revealing very dangerous gaps in our health service and welfare and employment model. We've had in recent years dishonest budgets that are works of pure fiction, with ministers trotting in here year after year, seeking Dáil approval for billions more in spending after the event. Dizzying spending overruns that are now routine, with less, not more, transparency on how budgets are put together. A summary economic statement that frankly could have been written by a transition year work experience student in the Department of Public Expenditure. A medium-term framework published a month ago with no departmental spending ceilings. And what's more, it's all being paid for by dipping into the well of unreliable windfall corporation taxes from a handful of firms, while Ministers Donoghue and Chambers go about hollowing out and narrowing the tax base ever more. This never ends well. Now, it's unprecedented that, as the government presents next year's budget, that we didn't even know the composition of the capital budget for 2025. In no other country would you get away with this. It really is a direct undermining of the powers and responsibilities of Dáil Éireann under the Constitution. And it's why Labour has proposed that the Dáil needs its own Independent Estimates Commissioner to keep the government in check. The threadbare revised National Development Plan didn't include capital vote ceilings for 2025. 2 supplementary estimates for housing have already added over £1.4 billion to the budget for social and affordable housing in 2025. And I actually took analysis by the Labour Party of the gross capital allocation to uncover that over £500 million of capital spending still hadn't been allocated to spending departments at this time of the year. This is not an insignificant matter, and it's no way to do business. The National Development Plan and the Summary Economic Statement was predicated on a capital investment spending increase of £2 billion next year, from a base of £17.1 billion to £19.1 billion. Now, the White Paper published on Friday miraculously includes a capital spending figure of £17.05 billion this year. However, following all the extra estimates to date, nearly £500 million of capital spending remains unallocated and unaccounted for in 2025. Now, we'll have to go through in detail the expenditure report to figure out where €500 million extra will be allocated, but this is an extraordinary way to plan for investment and indicates a real lack of credibility and transparency from government. No detailed answers and demographics on existing levels of service, the details we need to keep the show on the road, nothing much on carryover costs. And we also have no clarity, by the way, on how equity invested in Airgrid or ESB and Uisce Éireann will be accounted for under European rules. It's simply listed as €5.5 billion of strategic capital investment in the White Paper. In short, we have a government with a credibility problem, and this is a dangerous game. Yes, our public services need investment, and Labour has shown how we would pay for that extra investment by raising revenue from, for example, restoring the bank levy and setting out €500 million, not €200 million, as government has announced today, and indeed other measures targeting wealth and assets. Where we spend more, we will raise in taxes. And we need some honesty in the debate over tax and how we develop our country and the services on which we all rely. And that debate, that honesty, that courage is not to be found in this budget today. This is a budget for burger barons and big builders. That's the long and the short of it. The budgets are about choices, and this government has made theirs, and you're going to have to live with it. You've chosen Ronald McDonald over Joe and Joan Murphy. Your man from Supermax over the man who gets up early in the morning. And the Hamburglar from the 1980s, McDonald's ad, is back in town, swiping hundreds of millions in his swag bag from PAYE workers who will see their wages increase next year, swallowed up because bans and credits will not move to take account of their modest pay increases. And this will come, Minister, as a real surprise to those who read the Fine Gael manifesto and would have expected an increase in the top band of €2,000 per year. That was the promise. And this pledge is now in tatters. And this will take some explaining, especially set against this budget's abject failure to support families through a cost of living crisis that for all too many has now become permanent. Now, to be fair to this government, you don't pretend that this year's offering is anything but modest. And God knows this government has a lot to be modest about. Of course, things were very, very different this time last year. First and foremost, there was an election to be won. The election is over, but the crisis in Irish households most certainly isn't. And for the people I represent, there is too much month left after the end of the money. The struggles are real. The temporary respite of once-off measures are now history. The families, for example, with children who are over €2,000 better off, thanks to last year's budget, will feel the difference come January. And this will bite. And this is on you. No energy supports this time out. Limited, if any, improvements at all on childcare. €500 up on college fees. What kind of Orwellian statement did the Minister make earlier on, trying to claim that this is a cut to fees? It's not. Nowhere close to free GP care for all kids. I could go on. Now, this time last year, you chose to buy the general election, and with our own money. A wad of €2 billion in so-called once-offs, the most abused and misused term in Irish politics. Money sprayed around and, by coincidence, hitting bank accounts around polling day. Imagine that. And all melting away like snow in a ditch, almost as soon as the votes were counted. Feet under the cabinet table again soon after Christmas. Mission accomplished, job done. About €23 million per Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael TD elected. That was the bill for the biggest and most brazen batch of bribes in Irish electoral history. And the thing is, we can support families through this difficult time and be responsible at the same time. And the reality is, with some small exceptions announced today, you have chosen not to. Now, nowhere will your refusal to deliver a cost of living package hurt more than for those who depend on the state for their income. The pandemic and the cost of living crisis exposed real inadequacies, real gaps in our social protection, work and care systems. The temporary payments, they just papered over the cracks, that's all. Now, the tide has gone out, and it is those citizens who are most in need of help who are more vulnerable than ever. And if you're on a fixed income, how in God's name is an extra €10 a week going to help you make ends meet when the price of the basics, the groceries, the electricity bills, just getting out of hand? Just getting out of hand. It will not help. It will make things worse. It's an insult, quite frankly offensive. People I represent are actually handing back groceries at the till when they get there because they just haven't the money to pay for them all. Now, where is the dignity in that? They're afraid to put on the radio in case they're told about another expected hike next month in their electricity or gas bill. Now, it's frankly hard to accept the claim that you're all about targeting when the social protection package, the thing we use to target the most vulnerable, is so wide of the mark. Now, here's just some of the one-hit wonders you recorded last year that got you safely over the line in November. Not one, but two double payments of child benefit, a €400 lump sum for carers, €200 on the living alone allowance, so much cash to toss around, you even had a €280 grant to wet new babies' heads. You are literally running out of gimmick giveaways. The opposition at the time couldn't even keep up. €2.6 billion in total, the country's biggest ever social welfare package. Now, I knew that the social welfare talks weren't going well when the Sunday newspapers were being briefed that there'd be a Christmas bonus this year. Well done. Wow, congratulations. That's incredible. What an achievement. Is this what you've been reduced to this year? Trumpeting the fact that there's going to be a Christmas bonus that is actually paid out of this year's spending in the Department of Social Protection, the savings in the department literally found under and the back of the couch. It's absolutely pathetic. Now, I remember, it's a pity that there are no Fianna Fáil ministers here, quite an insult, in fact, to the opposition. I remember when Fianna Fáil used to care about the social protection system. And I'd ask, could somebody please do a welfare check on Willie O'D? Where is he? He must be mortified, absolutely embarrassed. When Vince de Poll said €16 were needed to be added to every core weekly payment, we agreed. And we made allowance for that in our costed alternative budget. And as for Fine Gael, we had the usual pre-budget whining, pitting one section of welfare recipient against another, all for the headlines, nasty, unbecoming, divisive stuff. That never comes to pass, just for the headlines, shoring up their base. The pathetic increase this year will see citizens who rely on social welfare payments fall back. The social welfare system, the social welfare increase of €10 a week represents between a 3 and 4% increase, and it's less than wage growth, and certainly less than those who signed up to the pension promise would have delivered. And Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil signed up to that pension promise, and we have a lot of picking up to do over the next few years to reach that and to make sure that our promises to pensioners are kept. So these are the working poor, the most exposed by the decision not to make any extra payments to cover the cost of living in 2026. We haven't heard from the Minister earlier on about, for example, the household benefits package going up. It hasn't gone up in 12 years. We'd push it up by €10 a week. The living alone allowance hasn't gone up in years. It should have gone up by at least a fiver to €27. We also believe child benefit should have gone up by €10. The core rates of child benefit, in fact, haven't gone up in a long, long time. We've had double payments in recent years, but no permanent increases to the actual payment itself. And if we're targeting, let's decide, as Labour did years ago, thanks to our colleague Deputy Mark Wall, who really got this matter on the national agenda, we should go the whole way this year and allocate the €330 million needed to get rid of the means test for the carers' allowance. Yeah. The carers save the state €20 billion a year. And with a fraction of that, we can ensure that every carer gets the financial recognition and support that they need and that their selfless work deserves. And both Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil's manifestos have variations of commitments in that direction. Now, incremental increases to income disregards are all well and good and welcome, but we need to do more. And I acknowledge the progress announced today. But Labour also agrees that there are additional costs to living with a disability. Nothing about that today from Minister Chambers. Plenty of guff in the Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil manifestos, and we would ensure an additional payment of €25 made to be brought in over 2 years to recognise that reality. Now, I say it every single year that a sign of our maturity as a country would be to agree that our social protection rates need to be benchmarked and increased every year based on a mix of wage growth and a measurement of inflation. And we should legislate for this, make that decision, legislate for this, and in fact wear it as a badge of honour of a decent society that wants to do better. And we should do the same on income tax too. And now I turn to tax. For many years now, ministers have been warning us about the vulnerabilities of our tax base. The concentration risks associated with corporation tax are well rehearsed. And when we strip away the corporation tax froth, we're actually in the red to the tune of about €7 billion. And when the music stops, as it inevitably will, it's not the well-heeled who will pay the price, but the less well-off. But the same ministers again, in fact, refuse to take their own advice. Looking at the budget presented today, Certainly several billion in windfall revenue will be spent next year. Corporation tax is actually bailing us out. Now, Labour is a patriotic party, and we want Ireland to succeed. But we must learn, and we feel entitled to critique. We supported the setting up, for example, of the Future Ireland Fund and the Climate and Investment Fund. These funds are important to insulate us against an uncertain future, but more can be done today to help protect our tomorrow. Professor Barra Rowntree said 2 years ago that among the stupidest of tax reliefs, in a very competitive field, may I add, was Help to Buy. Now, this year, thanks to Simon Harris and his solemn promise made on the stump, that stupid tax wheeze and others are now being extended to 2030 to provide, I quote, certainty to developers. The only certainty in all of this is that it will keep doing what it always does, and that's add fuel to the house inflation fire. Well, colleagues, this stupid relief has very, very serious competition this year. Say hello to the 9% reduced VAT rate for hospitality. A massive transfer of close to 700 million quid in a full year from PAYE workers to a sector that's adding jobs and can boast more openings than closures. As it happens, almost the exact same amount of money needed for a targeted second tier of child support to the poorest of families. And by the way, this will be rolled over every year, and this government will get no change over with €3 billion by the time they're done. That's €3 billion less for tax adjustments for working people and service improvements. And the only people in this House who think this is a good idea seem to be Simon Harris and Peter Burke and the industry lobbyists. And if this is the emergency we're told it is, why delay it until halfway through next year? This is nothing but an old-fashioned stroke. This is the top end of an industry that's super profitable and is addicted to low pay. The likes of Supermax, they posted pre-tax profits of €42 million in 2024. And food industry data suggests that about 40% of this benefit will go to the fast food multiples, with less than half of that going to the local independent restaurants and cafes we all want to see survive and thrive. Now, the evidence for this is thin or non-existent. And even the man who launched Minister Burke's own election campaign, the one and only Michael O'Leary, said, and I quote, "This is a scam." That's what it is. Now, IFAC, the usually demure, dismal scientists, weighed it in last week. They usually keep their mouths shut on policy pronouncements. But they said that every tax cut or tax forgone comes at a cost, and they set out alternative homes for this cash. Over 11,000 nurses could be hired, 7,800 teachers, and critically, tax bans could be moved by €3,000, saving an average worker €600. And as far as Labour is concerned, they're right. This money would be better spent supporting children and workers. But Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil have made their bed, and these measures are never temporary. The temporary Help to Buy is still in and will be extended. SARP was supposed to sunset this year. It's been brought back in. It was meant to be given a decent burial. It's still here. Now, I sound like a broken record, but now, when the economy is running red hot, this is the time to take counter, not pro-cyclical measures to dampen things down. And back in 2022, the Commission on Taxation and Welfare set out a menu of 14 billion of options for sustainable revenue-raising measures that wouldn't harm jobs and enterprise. And there are two reasons why we should go for this. One, to broaden and diversify the tax base, and two, to help us to meet the ageing climate and demographic challenges that are well and truly here. And the simple fact is that once the plethora of performative reliefs and stunts like Help to Buy, the apartment VAT relief and hospitality is accounted for, only about a third of this year's €1.5 billion set aside on the tax front goes towards the common good via the renters' tax credit, which has been extended, all right, but the rate is not being increased, and indeed the continuation of the VAT relief on energy bills. So the story of this winter will be ever-rising energy bills, and without targeted action, the 170,000 in gas arrears and the 300,000 in electricity arrears will go up and up. And the government has made a rod for its own back. Even those that didn't need it got your famously untargeted energy credits when those that needed more were left to flounder. The credit papered over the cracks throwing cash at the problem, never asking why we have the second highest energy costs in Europe, why we have a regulator who routinely nods through savage price rises, while at the same time failing miserably to honour its consumer protection role, failing to take a state-led approach like Labour would in strategically investing €1 billion to make our moonshot moment an offshore wind a reality, weaning us off imported gas. Good for consumers and good for climate. And with families and small businesses reeling from unaffordable price rises, Minister O'Brien's answer is, well, can anything be said for another task force? And freezing families cannot heat their homes with task force reports. There were a few bits and pieces, I would imagine, today from the SEAI on little improvements to grants and so on, but what's also been revealed is a failure to understand the real scale of the energy crisis in homes in Ireland in 2025. And mark my words, this is the thing that will drive people over the edge this winter. And here's the problem. They can't afford to pay the bill, and neither can they afford to do the retrofitting that's still out of the reach of so many. Now, I would urge government to take our advice. We've proposed further extending the fuel allowance to all of those on working family payment. There's been some moves in that direction today. And we look in detail about what's been proposed, but more does need to be done in terms of extending the period in which the fuel allowance is available. Now, you're using the tax system to boost the bottom line of large takeaway businesses and the developers. Why don't you use it, as we've proposed, to provide an energy income tax credit to working families in drafty homes who are earning less than €80,000 a year? Now, Labour's idea would see €400 go back into the pockets of working people in the same way that people are used to claiming annual medical relief, their carers credit or indeed the renters credit. Simple, straightforward and most importantly targeted. And we've no difficulty saying that we would put a 20% windfall levy on energy companies' profits and a levy on data centres to pay for it too, cost neutral to the state. Now, this is the kind of real action that will keep people warm this winter. Nothing reeks of failure more than the numbers of children we have who are poor. This should have been absolutely a children's budget, but it is far from it. Over the last 20 years, child poverty levels have averaged 18.5%. Now it's a scandalous 21. 1 in 5 of the children we meet are in poverty. Now, poverty follows you around for the rest of your life, poverty in childhood. The embarrassment, the stigma, the shame. But the embarrassment and the shame ought to be on government. For a dozen years now, we've known the solution. It gets fixed with a second tier of targeted child benefit, which happens to cost the same amount of money as a full year of VAT relief for hospitality. Now, I note that there's been an announcement today from Minister Chambers about a €300 million package for child poverty. You'll find that that's just rebranded. He's actually put together all of the initiatives that we know are out there already and put a different label on them. That is, in my view, insincere and indifferent. Now, what's the difference between poor children, children in poverty, and the hospitality sector? Poor kids don't have well-paid lobbyists, and their families rarely vote for Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil. I actually believed Leo Varadkar when he became Taoiseach again, when he said he wanted to do the business on child poverty. And I was prepared to take that promise in good faith. I should have known better. Now, Labour would bite the bullet, allocate the €770 million for the second tier, go further than you have done this year in terms of, yes, the welcome increases in terms of child support payments, but we would also go and ensure that we've got a living wage. We would do more on Dash Plus, a pioneering Labour initiative. We would end voluntary contributions, all of the things that go in to making child poverty history, making education truly free, investing in our Cinderella youth services like never before. This isn't a time for incrementalism and crippling caution. The response to child poverty demands urgency, courage and single-mindedness. Anything else is indifference, an unforgivable moral failure. Now, there's been one consistent political figure at the top of national politics since the first child poverty target was introduced in the year 2000, 25 long years ago. Who was it? Micheál Martin. Micheál Martin. And the target was in the National Children's Strategy, signed by the then Minister for Health. Now, our child poverty would look a lot different if we hadn't such a problem with family homelessness and insecure housing. And for a government that says housing is its #1 priority, you have a funny way of showing it. We managed to hear from 2 ministers earlier on today and not one of them mentioned homelessness. What an outrage. Since Fianna Fáil brazened our way through the general election telling porkies on housing targets, this has been their record. Garden sheds in lieu of homes, slashed apartment standards, rushed changes to RPZs, 1.4 billion of capital top-ups because they got the sums so wrong last year, cutting the tenant in situ lifeline, not enough money for housing adaptation grants, and most disgraceful of all, over 5,000 children in homeless accommodation. We have a housing minister who's the very definition of an empty suit, missing in inaction. Most people couldn't pick him out of a lineup. A government that could stand over their plan, new plan that we are told to expect, would actually publish it well before the budget, because that would help them lay out the spending and policy ambitions in it. Instead, the plan is being suppressed, kept under lock and key until the slow bicycle race to the park is done and dusted. Of course, you only get advance leaks from good plans. And isn't it telling that all we've heard from government on housing before this budget is talk of tax cuts for builders and Robert Troy having a pop at people in social housing? Now, you'd think that with his record on housing, the Rigsby of the Dáil, he would have been best served keeping his thoughts to himself. This budget contains little or nothing that will radically increase supply. You're simply all over the place on housing. You know you're in trouble when the Taoiseach launches an attack on councillors and officials for not zoning enough land. Now, he needs to stop with the deflection and the dishonesty that's in stock and trade, cop on, and for once in his political career, take some responsibility. Somehow, with Micheál Martin, it's always somebody else's fault. It's this nonsense that, quite frankly, undermines faith in politics. Anything that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael has tried has failed, but of course you'll never fail in your fealty to the demands of developers. Apartment builders and landlords asked for changes to unit sizes, other planning law changes and amendments to RPZs, really exposing renters. And of course, exposing renters is, as we know this week, par for the course for Fianna Fáil. You've delivered all three, and now we've a VAT cut and other tax adjustments that they actually never asked for, with no guarantee of more supply. This is bone lazy policy. Now, I said in here previously that the situation in housing is so desperate that if some form of tax incentive scheme, time limited with social conditions, that would focus on turning around vacant derelict sites was proposed, then we in Labour would be prepared to take a considered view of it, such as the emergency in our country. But a VAT cut is just bananas. It will feather the bottom lines of developers. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing the advice from the Department of Finance officials on this ill-conceived proposal. This is the very last policy lever you would use, and it's a sign of desperation. And let's be clear, neither party in government ever sought a mandate for tax cuts for developers, for smaller apartments or garden sheds as housing solutions. Of course, this is a back-of-the-envelope stuff, and the Tax Strategy Group papers say that a cut to VAT on all residential construction would cost around 800 million. How would you do this for apartments only? Many projects, as we know, have a commercial, retail element too. How will that work? What about mixed-use multi-unit developments, including duplexes? This will have to be thought through, and it seems to me that it hasn't been. Now, our housing crisis is a supply problem, plain and simple, and it is getting worse. Now, the Labour Party, uniquely among the opposition parties, actually supported the proposition of the Land Development Agency because we thought it had the prospect of evolving into what we have described as a state construction company. This is something that's been rejected by government. And in this budget, there is little sign of the kind of ambition that we have been showing around investment in social housing, in affordable housing, and in cost rental. I must say, though, I welcome two changes I've advocated for years: the extension of the Living Cities initiative to towns like Drogheda and Dundalk, and government has also answered our calls here in Labour to give revenue the job of collecting derelict sites levies. You can, of course, ignore the council, but a business cannot give revenue to two fingers and get away with it. I will conclude by saying this and handing over to my colleague, Deputy Marie Sherlock. It is disgraceful that this government has decided that it will keep what it describes as a solemn promise on VAT for the hospitality sector, but break a solemn promise that it also made to workers on introducing a living wage in 2026. Workers in this country have waited long enough for the dignity and fairness that is involved in introducing a living wage. They also require moves to a European model of sick pay that itself as well has been shelved by this government. That is on this government. That is unacceptable, and this is a government that prioritises the needs of business and builders over the wider common good.
Deputy Sherlock, 14 minutes.
Las Concorla, Begdini Faken New Vags, Kirkest, Cowwill, Nagaltanish, O Tauhan, Fehe Kahar. Cowwill and Laidu on Tiley, Kurum Lani, no on Court Sayer, GP. Cowwill, Nalaba, Ospedale, Brescia, Ags Nagantanish, Ella. Agus Toidig Raw, Conis's Fader, Bushade, a Falshu, Agus Cobiog Lafall, the Nadini, Egober, Satir, Shaw. Las Corla, there will be people looking on at this budget today and they will be asking, where are the promises from election 2024? Where are the childcare fee cuts? Where is the free GP care? Where is the 4,000 extra hospital beds? They will be wondering how a government who has so much manages to do so little for working people. They will be asking, how is it that our country, a country that can boast amongst every other EU member state to have the healthiest set of public finances in the EU, the highest rate of economic growth, the highest rate of domestic demand, and a general government surplus, a budget that is in surplus. A government that has so much and yet manages to do so little for working people. They'll be asking, how is it that well over 500,000 children, over 600,000 children, are either in poverty, at risk of poverty, or living in real deprivation? How is it that those families are living through an appalling paradox of plenty in a housing and cost of living crisis? And a government that has a target for children in poverty. No government should ever have a target for children in poverty. No child should ever grow up in poverty. We are a wealthy country, and there are hundreds of thousands of people out there who feel that they are going backwards rather than forwards, notwithstanding, even though our public finances are surging ahead. They'll be wondering as well, where are the bold, tangible commitments to climate action, the existential crisis of our time, so that clean, cheap energy can be for the many, not for the few, so that everybody's fuel bills can be permanently lowered. And it is shameful that this government in particular today has barely said anything about climate. And so ministers, the ministers who are here in the chamber today, the question that hangs over the budget and the financial management by our government of the public finances is not what has been spent, but how it has been spent and on whom. And we have to go back a long time in Irish politics to see so much being spent on so few people. That is the reality of the tax cuts that we see today for developers and for the small number of business owners in the hospitality sector. No matter that a serious cut to commercial rates or other targeted support to cafes and restaurants would have been a better bet to secure business and jobs. No, this government took the other option and have handed a very serious tax cut to a small number of business owners. Ministers, Labour and Government would have made this first and foremost a children and a young person's budget, putting in place measures to support families who work, families who want to work, and the families that cannot. Supporting family income and the introduction of a second-tier child benefit payment. Supporting families' ability to work through the provision of affordable, available childcare. Supporting families' ability to deal with the cost of living by extending free GP care, expanding free public transport travel, and a permanent cut to third-level fees. Instead, what do we get today? No extension to free GP care, even though that was a Fianna Fáil and a Fine Gael commitment in the Programme government. Nothing on expanding free public transport to younger people. Nothing on the drug payment scheme, nothing on prescription charges. I mention a Dash Plus, but what good is it because we don't see any figures alongside it? And a €500 increase in third-level fees. It is an extraordinary indictment of the failings of this government that it has abjectly failed to integrate the social welfare system and the revenue commissioner system so that we could have a second-tier targeted payment for families with young children in this country. We have some of the biggest tech firms in the world, and still the government cannot get its act together. Not only would a second-tier child benefit payment lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, It would also ensure that the state supports can go efficiently to low-income households without any wrinkles or disincentives to work. Efficiency is supposed to be the buzzword of this government, but it's in short supply when we see the detail. A critical part of supporting families out of poverty, into work and into a decent standard of living is the availability of affordable, accessible childcare. During the election last year, you couldn't open the newspaper on a daily basis without seeing government parties in a bidding war for families, lowering fees, more places, because we are all, right across this chamber, aware of parents who are telling us that they have to delay going back to work, that women in particular have to cut back their hours because of the lack of available childcare. 12 months on and there is barely a peep out of you now. This government has reneged on your election promises to parents and to providers, and all the while the problems are getting worse, not better. Aside from the tiny increase for AIMS support today, you have nothing new in this budget for parents and providers with regards to childcare. Minister Chambers made an announcement of 2,300 additional childcare places. But let's be clear here, that is a mirage. No parent listening to this today should get their hopes up of more childcare places. Last year, parents across this country were told more places were coming. In fact, they were told 25 million was being put in place under the building block scheme to grow the numbers from just short of 40,000 to 60,000 by 2028. And what has happened since then? Not a single extra place has been delivered through the scheme. Applications closed in January, feedback was due in March, and funding was to be spent in total by this December. Instead, the contracts only arrived last Wednesday to be precise, and between all the paperwork to be processed and the tendering, not a sod will be turned this side of Christmas. And to make matters worse, providers will not be able to access core funding for a whole 12 months if those works are not completed by August of next year. So there is the prospect of rooms being built, funded by the state, lying empty. It is an absolute insult to those who are desperately searching for a childcare place and to the providers who want to expand. Last Count Corla, the mark of a country is the dignity with which our most vulnerable are treated within our health system. And right now, there are far too many languishing for hours on end on trolleys. There's 750,000 people waiting on outpatient waiting lists, and there are children time and again being failed because of the huge shortage of therapies and supports to those with additional needs in this country. In health, it is not in any way clear to me that the health budget of 1.5 billion announced today is in any way sufficient to cover existing services, growing demand, a rising population and higher prices. The reality is that we have a health sector that is running to try and stand still. We've been here before with regards to works of fiction, and then supplementaries were required. There is a presumption here that the 1.5 billion announced today, which is less than 2/3 of last year's injection, will be enough. And to me, the sums don't add up. This government can say all it wants about record investment into the sector and the need for productivity, which we, the Labour Party, very much support. But we all know and we can see that the funding to the health sector is not keeping up with population growth and the rising intensity of demand. In presentations to emergency departments over the past 6 years alone, we have seen a 12% increase per 1,000 of population. Crucial to this is that it's not only the population increase, but also that there's a rising need for healthcare amongst our population. And that's not accounting for the people in the Midwest who are too afraid to go to Limerick, to the emergency department there, and indeed to other emergency departments across the country. In mental health, in demand for care in the community, we're seeing time and again a rising need, and yet the staffing per 1,000 of population falling behind. The staff in CAMS at the end of last year was lower than a year earlier. There are now fewer public health nurses across the country than there were 5 years ago. So this government can talk all it wants about preventing hospitalisation, about keeping people in their homes. But demand is rising, staff numbers in certain sectors are barely moving. And the reality is that we have a serious capacity issue. Now, government has put a lot of store this year on increasing productivity within hospitals and with regards to rostering, and that we in the Labour Party, we very much support. But there is a reality that that project of productivity cannot be completed without electronic health records and without more beds. And we didn't see a peep out of government today with regards to this massive project with regards to electronic health records. So we have to ask the question, where is the money for it? And with regards to beds, last year again in the budget, we had Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael falling over themselves, promising to the electorate more beds. So even though in 2024 the Department of Health identified a need of 3,378 extra beds by 2031, Fine Gael went out at election time and said they would deliver 5,000 if they were re-elected. Fianna Fáil were uncharacteristically more timid and went for 4,000 more beds. And then the programme for government solemnly committed to 4,000 to 4,500 over the next 5 years. But of course, what's been happening? Far less than that has been delivered. And today's announcement is even lower than what it committed to last year. Last year, we were told that we would get 335 beds this year, and only 286 has been delivered. We know that we need to have 453 beds per annum, according to the ESRI analysis, if we are to meet demand by 2040. And yet, today's announcement is less than half of that. The impact on the ground for patients is that we're going to see more people who are not going to be able to access hospital care, and those within the hospital care then will not be able to access step down and other appropriate beds, because the situation in community nursing home care is even more acute. There are fewer long and short stay beds available now in 2025 than there were 5 years ago. The National Development Plan promised 4,500 long-term and short-term community nursing home beds by 2027. The promise for this year was 160 beds, and yet we know that less than half, just 68, will come on stream. So today we have a commitment of 280 beds, and we welcome that, but I have no confidence in this wide earthly world that this government will deliver on that. Earlier this year, the government came out and they promised us that we would have more public nursing home beds following the crisis in Amis. Well, it's not clear from today's budget that we are going to see any progress in that. And those commitments made in spring of this year are all beginning to ring a bit hollow now. Ceann Comhairle, there are those watching on today with a disability who believe that they have been betrayed by this government. Betrayed because over the past 3 budgets, there has been a recognition of the cost of disability. There has been a disability support payment. There has been one-off payments to recognise the situation that they are in, and the plug has been pulled on them today. Shame on this government. Ceann Comhairle, I want to read back a piece of Minister Chambers' speech today, because I found it fascinating that he would go to the trouble of saying for a small country, Ireland offers an extraordinary wealth of talent and entertainment. Our artists, writers and athletes are now leading the way on the world stage. And he says all that, and then he cuts the budget to the arts and culture. It is incredible. So how are we to see artists supported in this country? If you're going to expand the support, the basic income for artists, which we very much welcome, but cut supports to all other parts of the art sector. And I have to ask the question, is this Minister Patrick O'Donovan's vengeance for the Arts Council and what has happened earlier this year? I think there are very serious questions that have to be asked of the Minister today. Mar Focal score, I want to conclude by saying that climate action appears to have fallen off the political agenda for this government. Already we see a massive underspending in the department, and today we see a miserly €89 million going to the energy upgrade scheme. The reality is the schemes are not working. We've seen only a 70% take-up of the schemes over the last number of years. We see heat pumps only 30% take up of the targets, local authorities only 47% to take up. And the reality is, if we want clean, cheap energy for the many, not the few, if we want to see a permanent reduction in the cost of living, and in particular with regards to energy, then we have to do things differently.
Thank you, Deputy.
Last Ceann Comhairle, I'm sharing time with my colleagues Deputy Aidan Farrelly and Deputy Jen Cummins And firstly, Last Corley, I just want to say that I think it shows something about how the government respects or disrespects this House that not a senior government minister is here for this. And indeed, Fianna Fáil are missing in their entirety. I wonder why they've gone into hiding. Minister, budgets are indeed about choices, and the choices made by this government in this budget couldn't be any clearer. Look after large corporations and developers at the expense of ordinary people and those who are struggling. There is no hiding it or disguising it, no way to spin it. This government's choice is clear. This has turned out to be a MAC budget, a giveaway for fast food chains and developers that the public will find difficult to swallow. Your budget awards multinational companies like McDonald's and Starbucks millions in extra profits, while families choosing between eating and heating are denied targeted energy credits, and more children sink further into poverty. It really is outrageous. Last year, McDonald's Ireland made a profit of €42 million. This is not a business that is struggling, but it doesn't matter to your government. Slashing their VAT bill by 4.5% boosts their profits by millions, and all of that money will go into the pockets of shareholders and wealthy investors, will not lead to lower prices. There are some small independent hospitality businesses that are struggling. Social Democrats propose targeted supports for these businesses, but a blanket VAT cut across the sector means large profitable chains will disproportionately benefit, raking in huge sums because you're cutting their taxes. Minister, it's not often that I agree with Fianna Fáil TDs on government budgets, but then again, members of your government don't usually appear on TV to slam the budget either. Last night on Virgin Media, Minister of State Niall Collins said slashing the VAT rate for hospitality was, and I quote, "not what I would do if I were Minister for Finance." Even government ministers are unwilling to defend this giveaway for big business paid for by ordinary workers. Minister, at a time when the government has the gall to lecture the rest of us about protecting the national finances, in this budget you are eroding the tax take by €1.3 billion. A massive amount of public money which could be used in so many other ways, not least introducing a second tier of child benefit that would lift 40,000 children out of poverty. But faced with the choice of tackling child poverty or dramatically boosting the profits of large corporations, this government did not waver. You came down on the side of big business without hesitation. They are not the only vested interests this government is looking after. Fianna Fáil has long been a champion of tax cuts for developers, and we all know the disastrous results of that obsession. But now Fine Gael is on board too. For the first time since the crash, tax cuts for developers are back on the agenda. VAT for developers of apartments has been slashed to the cost of €390 million a year, with no guarantee or even expectation that prices will come down, because there is no affordability conditions attached to this gift. No one in government is demanding prices come down or rents become more affordable. Instead, it has been done with one express purpose: boosting developer profits. This is just further evidence that this government is not on the side of struggling renters or those desperate to own a home of their own. At the same time, government TDs are voting against the Social Democrats' Developer Profits Transparency Bill this evening. This bill would clearly show how much of these tax cuts are going directly into the back pockets of developers. When millions of euro of public money is being gifted to developers, there's absolutely no justification whatsoever to oppose this bill. Minister, the cost of living crisis did not end once the election was over last year. A recent report from Bernardo's found that 4 out of 10 parents skip meals or eat less to stop their children going hungry. This government has forgotten about these families. This is a giveaway budget for property developers and owners of fast food chains, handouts for millionaires while ordinary families struggle to get by. This is outrageously unjust. Minister, we should not be surprised that Fianna Fáil are focused on looking after their buddies while failing to help those that need it most. Smacks of the time when Charlie Haughey told the nation to tighten the belt while he continued to live his lavish and opulent lifestyle. This double standard is part of the Fianna Fáil DNA. Minister, government spending has soared from 70 billion in 2020 to 116.8 billion now. But what do we have to show for it? A worsening housing disaster, threadbare disability services, antiquated infrastructure and rising poverty. That is the government's legacy, and this budget doubles down on this failure. Minister, anyone examining this budget would think the cost of living crisis was being felt most acutely by developers and the owners of fast food chains. They're the ones that have been singled out for special treatment. They're the ones getting a helping hand from this government. When it comes to assisting workers and families struggling to keep their heads above water, this budget offers nothing. You say inflation has reduced, implying the cost of living crisis has receded, but there is no recognition that prices remain sky high and rising, especially for basics like groceries and energy. So many out there trying to feed children or keep the lights on feel like they are enduring a daily battle. They are weary and exhausted, and when they look around for support from your government, they find none. Major problem is you seem incapable of devising solutions which don't involve spraying money around at everyone indiscriminately, which is not sustainable. This is why you opted to scrap blanket energy credits, instead of doing what you should have done in the first place, adapting them so they are targeted at those who need them most. Under the Social Democrats' alternative budget, roughly 800,000 households would receive a €400 energy credit. Minister, many public services that are free or heavily subsidised in other countries are exorbitantly priced here. Childcare is just one example. Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil made solemn commitments to families about the cost of childcare during the election. You promised to cap fees at €200 per month. This would be life-changing for many families who are paying €1,000 per month and even higher. But nobody in government has mentioned that cap in a while, and this budget does nothing to reduce prices. Another broken promise. If the Social Democrats were in government, we would live up to our commitments and reduce fees by €200 next year, as well as rolling out a public model to increase capacity. Minister, one of the biggest betrayals by this government is your decision to jack up college fees, despite vowing throughout the election and in the programme for government to cut them. Worse than that is the government's attempt to spin this. You expect students and families who paid €2,000 last year to believe that fees of €2,500 are a reduction. Why can't you just be straight and admit what you're doing? Reneging on yet another commitment and increasing fees for students and their families at a time when they are under huge pressure. It is shameful. If this government was really interested in reducing the cost of living, you would prioritise investment in public services like education, high quality housing, healthcare and childcare. Minister, can you imagine how a parent feels to see their own child grow up in poverty while the country has been awash with money? Anne, a mother from the South East, told the Journal that my husband and I often skip meals so our children can eat. Even child benefit, which we once used for extras for the children, now goes straight into the weekly food shop. This budget utterly fails to address the astonishing fact that nearly 200,000 children are living in poverty. It's important that we never forget the stress and hardship that poverty can cause to a family. Minister, there is a way to tackle this scandal head-on. The ESRI has proposed a second tier of child benefit that could lift 40,000 children out of poverty and significantly reduce the gap between the poverty line for most others. The government has spent years talking about tackling child poverty, but Budget 2026 has yet again shown this just to be talk, not action. Minister, the ESRI introduced a proposal for a second tier of child benefit in 2023, giving the government ample time to act. Its absence from the budget shows up where this government's priorities lie. Minister, we know that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have utterly failed to get to grips with the housing crisis. This failure has devastating consequences, and I want to tell you about a constituent of mine named Arash. Arash and his family have been in emergency accommodation for over 8 months. The children and family must travel 21 kilometres to school every day, and they have no direct transport links. Rash has tried everything humanly possible to get his family a stable home, but to no avail. Minister, Arash is just one of the over 16,000 people stuck in homeless accommodation, an unprecedented disaster. And in 1 hour and a half of speeches by the two senior ministers today, there was no mention or recognition of homelessness at all. That speaks volumes. In this budget, there is a complete absence of the kind of vision and ambition that we need on housing. The Social Democrats are clear. Only a radical shift to a state-led approach will solve the crisis. The Social Democrats' alternative budget proposes fully costed and ambitious initiatives, including a €150 million fund to give the local authorities the resources to CPO vacant homes, increasing the vacant homes tax to bring empty buildings back into use, setting up a savings scheme to leverage some of the €160 billion on deposit at Irish banks to build affordable homes, establishing a state construction company, and investing €120 million to build a modular home factory which could produce up to 2,000 homes every year. Regrettably, these proposals have been ignored. Instead, the government doubled down on their failed policy of handouts for private developers and tax cuts for investment funds. Minister, prolonged vacancy and dereliction of homes cannot be tolerated in the middle of a housing crisis. Refurbishing these homes is a cost-effective and environmentally friendly way to bring these buildings back into use. Yet the government has chosen to leave the vacant homes tax at a measly 0.7%. At the same time, property prices have increased by 7.5% in the last year. Minister, if the new derelict property tax can be set at 7%, why has there been no increase for the vacant homes tax? Under this government, it pays to sit in vacant property in the middle of a housing crisis. The Social Democrats will put a stop to this. Minister, the government's approach to the carers allowance reflects a similar lack of compassion. Carers play an essential role in society, providing care for elderly, ill or disabled family members. Their hard work saves the state billions and allows their loved ones to remain in their homes and communities. Make no mistake, this is work, and carers, all carers, should be paid properly. The means testing of carers allowance based on income thresholds is unjust. Louise McInsee is a full-time carer for her son Liam. She recently told the Farmers Journal of her experience with the means test, and I quote, "My husband Sean passed away 4 years ago, which meant my carers allowance was halved as I went on to the lone parents allowance, both of which are means tested. We've had to rely on fundraising effort by family, friends and the community because I couldn't get a loan because my income is so low. People like me shouldn't have to jump through hoops for a bit of financial security when we're saving the country so much by caring for our children at home." Minister, the last thing carers need is the state rummaging through their personal details to decide if they deserve any payment for their hard work. The government could and should abolish the means test for carers now. Irish banks are making record profits but still not contributing any corporation tax. It is therefore completely justified to triple the bank levy to fund the abolition of the means test for carers. Minister, Budget 2026 was a chance for you to deliver on your election commitment to carers by creating a system that treats them with fairness, dignity and respect. Unfortunately, it's another missed opportunity. Minister, the Disability Federation of Ireland has described this budget as a betrayal of disabled people, stripping away vital supports, deepening poverty. They've estimated that disabled people stand to lose up to €1,400 because of the actions of this government taken today. Minister, it's now nearly 4 years since government published the Indican report on the cost of disability. That report estimated that the average annual cost of disability in Ireland ranges from €9,482 a year to €11,734 for a disabled person. The Social Democrats have backed the calls for a proposed weekly cost of disability payment, recognising that those with disabilities face extra costs, particularly in transport and healthcare. Disabled people should not be financially punished because they have a disability. This budget ensures that disabled people are left behind for yet another year. We also believe that this budget could have introduced more significant pension and social welfare increases. Pensioners, disabled people and other welfare recipients have struggled to keep their head above water as inflation soared. That is why the Social Democrats' alternative budget proposed an increase of €15. A €15 increase would start to close the gap between welfare rates and the minimum amount needed to achieve a decent standard of living. Minister, hundreds of thousands of people live week to week on incomes that are not sufficient to live a dignified life. Workers were promised a living wage by 2026, but where is that commitment now? If you wanted to make a genuine effort to reach that target, we need a more substantial minimum wage increase than the 65 cents announced. It's not a radical idea that people working full-time should be able to live and not just survive. Minister, high-quality early childhood education has a long-lasting and positive impact on children's outcomes, particularly for disadvantaged children. This includes benefits to educational, cognitive, behavioural and social outcomes in both the short and long term. We in the Social Democrats have set out a clear pathway to establish a public model of early childhood education and care. A public model of childcare would have the triple benefit of guaranteeing quality early years education for children, affordability for parents and decent pay for workers, and then we'd be able to keep skilled workers in the sector. The Social Democrats' alternative budget contains measures that would start us on the road to this public model. This includes capital investment in the infrastructure needed, including acquiring existing and new sites, reducing average childcare fees by more than €200 per month, and a move to transfer staff in the sector into a public model. Minister, we are in a climate crisis, yet somehow Ireland is now producing less offshore wind than it did 20 years ago. That's an astonishing fact. With a bit of ambition, it would be possible not only to secure our own energy supply, but also make Ireland a net exporter of clean, green energy. For the past 5 years, the Social Democrats have proposed using budget surpluses to invest in transforming Ireland's economy to make us carbon neutral. By fully harnessing our renewable energy resources, Ireland could enjoy both energy independence and sustained economic growth. Cleaner air, cheaper bills and less money wasted on EU fines. Once again, this budget is totally devoid of ambition in this area. Minister, Ireland should be a republic in which every child and young person has the opportunity to achieve their potential. This can only happen if everybody, regardless of their background, is able to participate fully in education. Investing in education creates a better life for each student, but also acts as an investment in our economic future. The best place to start is by making primary and secondary schools genuinely free. Successive Oireachtas Education Committee reports have also raised concerns about the absence of specialist counsellors and therapists in all primary and secondary schools. The Social Democrats' alternative budget ring-fence funding for these supports in all of these schools. Minister, as things stand, there are far too many who cannot access our health service when they need to. There are too many people on lengthy waiting lists for treatment. There are far too primary care centres that are working in our communities. The scandal of people languishing on trolleys persists. Critical programmes like the cancer strategy have been starved of funding, and regional disparities continue in the availability of acute care. Unfortunately, I heard nothing from the Minister to suggest that any of this will change. It should not be too much to expect a decent standard of healthcare, yet the sad reality is that we cannot fully depend on our public health system, and large parts of it have been broken for some time. The Childcare plan to create a single-tier universal healthcare system has been progressing at a glacial pace. No updated costings have been published in the last year. There is no ring-fenced budget for reform. And the Childcare 2025 Plus plan was published without any money pledged for implementation. The Social Democrats are calling on the government to urgently lay out a 5-year funding programme for Childcare. This must be included in the pre-committed element of the annual budget process. Minister, Ireland's economy faces unprecedented risks and challenges. It's essential that we do everything in our power to protect our prosperity. Foreign direct investment is and will continue to be an important part of Ireland's industrial strategy. Multinational companies provide highly paid employment and contribute a disproportionately high share of our taxes. However, we cannot continue to rely on a handful of companies to fund so much of our tax base. To complement our multinational sector, Ireland needs to build up a thriving, dynamic indigenous sector. We must provide greater supports for new innovation and Irish start-ups. This will be key to driving job creation, productivity and growth. Minister, Ireland's investment in research and development lags way behind our European neighbours. It's essential that we catch up. Too much of Ireland's investment in research and development are based around tax breaks for large multinational firms. The government's own Economic Evaluation Service has criticised the refundable element of the R&D tax credit as having significant amounts of dead weight. This has wasted billions of euros over the years. Government investment should include instead a focus on direct spending at Ireland's traditional and technological universities. University-based investment would ensure that the resulting innovations would be available for wider use and not just confined to the benefit of one firm. Minister, it is also essential that Ireland becomes an attractive and affordable place to both live and indeed to do business. This means improving our social infrastructure, particularly housing, health, childcare and education, while also investing in our economic infrastructure, particularly the grid, transport and our ports. Minister, when it comes to investment in our public services and infrastructure, Ireland is lagging way behind. We need urgent and substantial investment. We face a myriad of challenges: an ageing population, infrastructure deficits and climate change. It's simply not possible to invest in our future while eroding the tax base. The Fiscal Advisory Council, the ESRI, the Nevin Institute, the Commission on Taxation and Welfare all have the same clear message: our tax base is too narrow and needs to be broadened. Minister, just 10 companies account for the majority of our corporation tax income. Our corporation tax dependence is reminiscent of 2008 when Fianna Fáil crashed the economy. An over-reliance on property taxation taxes at that time left a gaping hole in the public finances when the property bubble burst. This government is playing fast and loose with the country's finances, and this could have devastating consequences. Social Democrats' alternative budget includes a range of proposals to broaden the tax base. Instead, the government has narrowed the tax take by €1.3 billion. This is reckless and irresponsible. Minister, decent public services are a key foundation to a successful economy and society. Privatisation by stealth is undermining public services. It is also hugely costly. Outsourcing of services makes the coordination of those public services more difficult and results in their increased commodification. Weakens the public sector, reducing the skills and the staffing levels available to provide high-quality service. It also amounts to little more than a wealth extraction, making a small number of people very rich from taxpayers' money. And there's countless examples of this. We see this in our childcare system, which delivers neither affordability for parents nor good conditions for staff. Our housing system is characterised by profiteering. This comes at the financial expense of taxpayers and the social expense of the most vulnerable. We can see this when private developers build on public land and profit from it, when private landlords are paid billions in rental subsidies, when private operators of emergency accommodation get rich while children grow up in totally unsuitable accommodation, when local authorities enter into long-term leases with investment funds. Everywhere you look, you see the waste of taxpayers' money on a government ideology that says the market is always king. It's time to bring these services back into public provision. The state must provide a social floor below which no one can fall. This should involve fully implementing extension care, a single-tier, free at the point of use healthcare system, building a public model of childcare, building a sustainable home care service and ending the current postcode lottery, more direct state involvement in the building of affordable homes for rent and purchase, and also ending lucrative long-term leasing deals for social housing provision. Expanding the state's capacity is the only viable solution. Minister, this budget will be remembered as one of bad choices and missed opportunities. You had a chance to take radical action to improve the lives of those who are struggling. You could have lifted 40,000 children out of poverty. You could have targeted energy credits at roughly 800,000 households who needed them most. Could have abolished the means test for carers, reduced the cost of childcare for families while rolling out a public model, introduced a weekly cost of disability payment, and turbocharged the delivery of affordable homes. Instead, you chose to side with vested interests. Instead of broadening the tax base, you've eroded it with giveaways and tax breaks for multi-million-euro companies and developers, all done under the guise of fiscal responsibility by a government trying to pull the wool over people's eyes and make fools of them. But I have news for you. No one is buying it. This budget represents the government reverting to type. You're prioritising the corrosive politics of the golden circle. You've given up on the people struggling to keep food on the table and instead just announced one big giveaway for vested interests. It's just the latest shameful chapter in this government's legacy of failure.
Thank you, Deputy Callaghan. Deputy Farrelly.
Thank you, Lasco Corla. Minister, we've heard housing is a priority, disability is a priority, child poverty is a priority, climate is a priority. All priorities, Minister, until they're not. And for this government today, we have seen that in fact big business and protecting their profits is your priority. Minister, the headlines in the run-up to this budget were consistent. An end to successive giveaway budgets. There's no election looming after all. Despite the Social Democrats consistently appealing for investment in services that will outlast the impact of any use of our universal payments, you have so disappointingly reverted to type, because this is a giveaway budget. You have chosen to give to fast food outlets, chosen to give to property developers, and chosen to let the ordinary man, woman and child continue to struggle. Faced with a choice of a radical measure to tackle child poverty or dramatically boosting the profits of large corporations, well, for you and this government, it was a no-brainer. You've come down on the side of big business without hesitation. This budget awards multinational companies like McDonald's and Starbucks with millions of extra profits, while families choosing between eating and heating are denied targeted energy credits. Your government could have lifted 40,000 children out of poverty, targeted energy credits at 800,000 households, abolished the means test for carers, reduced the cost of childcare for families while rolling out a public model, introduced a weekly cost of disability payment and turbocharged the delivery of affordable housing. Instead, of course, you chose to side with vested interests. Minister, there's something quite disingenuous about saying one thing and doing another, which is exactly what this government has done in Budget 26. At election time, you promised the sun, moon and stars. Today, you have delivered nothing, and you'll tell us it's our fault. Your words won't pay the bills, and now your actions continue to ignore the problems. What is regrettable is that you chose to ignore countless, fully costed, evidence-informed alternatives. Ending child poverty is not just the right thing to do, but is essential if we are going to prepare for the future and build the society that we all want to live in. The words of our Taoiseach, Micheál Martin, speaking in advance of a summit on child poverty, a summit, Lasceann Corla, to tell ourselves about the cause and effect of child poverty like we don't already know. 1 in 5 children in this country experience poverty. Children, in fact, are the most likely cohort in our society to experience poverty. And despite Simon Harris telling the voters in September 2024 that there is a roadmap to get to a second tier of child benefit payment, today we have seen nothing that will meaningfully address the problem. You say it is a priority for this government, but you act in the opposite fashion. We have seen that big business, Minister, is your priority. If you cared about child poverty, you would have implemented the proposed changes from the many experts who've been saying it, because we know universal measures, they have proven, leave no legacy for anybody. The effects of living in persistent poverty as a child last for life and affect everything from emotional development, mental health, physical well-being, educational attainment. No doubt over the next couple of days we'll hear one of your representatives come out and say that the opposition does not have a monopoly of care over children, and we don't. But right now you have the monopoly of power, and look what you're choosing to do with that. Small increases in universal payments have coincided with an unacceptable rise in child poverty in recent years. Your measures simply do not work. You could have implemented a second tier of child benefit payment. You know it. We know it. You even said you wanted to do it. And collectively you balked at the last minute. We proposed a costed, evidence-informed solution by investing €770 million to implement a second tier of child benefit payment. You could have done this. Today, your measures announced simply won't work. Now, Minister, when it comes to early years education and childcare, this budget is simply an abject failure. The government is focused on one of the 3 C's affecting the childcare sector. You've made a feeble attempt at addressing the issue of capacity with ghost places, which no one will find. But you've ignored the other 2. You've ignored cost, and you've ignored the conditions for workers. Tell me, why would you abandon one of the most important occupations of the state? Early years education and childcare is an inherent public good. That's non-negotiable. Yet you ignore the reality of the failures of core funding and watch as providers leave the programme in its droves. It is essential at a time of budgetary surplus that you invest in the necessary social infrastructure for families and communities to thrive. Minister, if you're not doing it now, at a time of any sort of fiscal precarity, you're certainly not going to do it then. On the eve of the general election last year, this government was awash with promise. I want us to develop a childcare system that works for every parent. That is Taoiseach Simon Harris. We know that the system doesn't work now. It's not working for families, it's not working for providers, and it most certainly is not working for the workers. Once the election result was over, the Taoiseach's ambition completely dissipated. It simply does not cut it to say you have a 5-year term and progress can be measured at the end of that term. As Fintan O'Toole said this morning, what's another year to a 2-year-old who was starving? At the very least, you could today have made a start on the development of a public model of childcare. You could have done this in Budget 26, but once again, this government chose to forget its words. It chose to row back on its commitments and to bury its head in the sand when it comes to the major issues facing this sector. The Social Democrats presented you with a pathway to achieving a public model of childcare. You begin by ambitiously acquiring all existing and new empty childcare facilities that lie idle in our communities as a vivid reminder of a failed Fine Gael planning policy that asked house builders to manage the future of childcare in Ireland. You commit to taking 20% of the staff wages working in the sector in each of the next 5 years. But you'd know this if you listened to the families. You don't listen to the providers, you don't listen to the workers, and you most certainly don't listen to us. If you did, you would see a clear, ambitious, but costed way to make this system work. I'd appeal to you once again, Minister, we've seen no financial commitment to a public model of childcare. Maybe the collective agreement isn't there yet. Establish the Special Oireachtas Committee on Public Childcare. That is where we can really get into the meat and bones of this. Page 51 of your expenditure report tells a very worrying story to the thousands of children waiting on an assessment of need in this country. And I quote, "Legislative changes to the Disability Act will be advanced to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the assessment of need process." Why is that in a budget book, Minister? Only to show for the 25,000 families by the end of this year where your priorities lie. At the first opportunity to show advocates like Cara Darmody or the thousands of parents waiting on a date of assessment that you are listening to them, you have told us that you are more committed to changing the law than changing the waiting list. That is shameful. Last Count Corla, today was an opportunity for this government to show its dedication to children, to young people and their families, an opportunity to fulfil its pre-election promises. I would love to be standing here applauding you for meaningful attempts, whether that's in childcare, child poverty or young people's rights. But as sure as night turned today, you reverted to your original playbook. Yet you've still managed a giveaway budget. To children, no. To hard-pressed working families, of course not. But to big business and vested interest, obviously.
Thank you very much, Deputy Jane Cummins.
Education is the foundation of every society, and education has been spoken about in this chamber and in committee rooms on numerous occasions. Ireland should have an education system that's inclusive, equitable and accessible to every child and young person, regardless of their postcode or income, ability or background. Yet day after day and week after week, the truth of the poor supports, exclusion and inequality are told to politicians, the media, and more support groups have been set up to advocate for children and young people and learners who are on the margins. Shamefully, this government is attempting to spin a €500 increase in student fees as a reduction. No one is buying this, least of all the students and their families. The government has betrayed students today. No one needs a PhD in maths to realise that a reduction of €500 is less than the reduction of £1,000 last year. I don't want to hear the excuse about it being a cost of living measure. You went to the voters last year, promised this reduction, you misled them, and now you are not keeping your promise. Students are our future. You have turned a very large, active cohort against you, and I hope they never forget how when the country was very wealthy, that the government chose not to keep their promise. In Ireland, education investment in primary to tertiary education stands at only 2.8% of GDP, and that is below the OECD average of 4.7%. The provision of funding to third-level institutions for the development of courses, research, student-priced accommodation should be at the forefront of investment in our education system. The resourcing at primary and post-primary level for occupational therapy and speech and language therapies that we've heard time and time again, that's unfortunately now been, those extra places have been put in with additional health and medical courses. Instead of what we see as the threadbare supports for increased support, the future of student accommodation in our third-level institutions is in jeopardy due to the lack of support being given. And I know you've said that you're going to do something in Maynooth and UCT, but those projects already exist, so that's nothing new. And what about the technical universities? Nothing, no mention of them. I'm glad to see that there'll be an investment in apprenticeships because that is working very well and that is very welcome. Community and adult education is a service not only to individuals but also our society. Investment in staffing, classrooms, resources and support to learners is vital to ensure that this vulnerable cohort of learners thrive and love learning. Youth Reach and community and training centres are the unsung heroes of our education system. They provide second chance or alternative education to students who've often had a negative experience of mainstream school. They provide QQI qualifications. However, what I will say is that the staff and community training centres have not been fully brought into the public sector pay agreements despite being under the same umbrella as Youth Reach for training and education. And again, we don't even see this addressed in the budget this year. This budget should have placed educational disadvantage at the core of its message, but it did not. Free books for all are welcome. Free hot school meals for everyone is welcome. These are big, sellable items that will no doubt help many families. However, evidence shows that targeted support is far more effective for the most vulnerable in our society. Measures such as the support for devices, which are ever more common in schools, is not mentioned. These devices cost a lot of money and you still need the books. Free books for students have a knock-on effect for the local economy because local bookshops are now not stocking school books and the businesses that are now being halted because they're going straight to the publishers. Costly uniforms are still an issue for parents annually, despite the circular 3217. And for those not fluent in Department of Education lingo, that was published in 2017. Requested that schools use generic uniforms that can have iron-on or sew-on crests. This does not seem to have come into effect in schools. Free hot meals are available to students, but the cost is enormous. The quality of meals, as reported to my office and many of my colleagues' office, is not fit for purpose. There's massive waste on a daily basis, and it doesn't seem to have been thought through properly. And now we have a review of it from a nutritional point of view, and now we're only being issued guidelines about how they're supposed to be going, despite it being running for a lengthy period of time. The school completion programme, which I have long advocated for and worked for, has the potential to prevent early school leaving and re-engage very vulnerable students, but it remains plagued by outdated governance structures, inconsistent funding and precarious employment for its staff. However, the budget doesn't even mention the school completion programme, but the local management committee and staff in these projects are used to being ignored. DESH Plus is welcome, but I've no doubt that there will be pilots, there'll be evaluations, it'll roll along, and then there'll be a realisation that it wasn't properly monitored, not enough investment, and then another new idea will come along and we'll pilot that one then for a while. So whereas I'm very hopeful for it, and I know many schools that I've worked with throughout my time in school completion programme will be very happy to see DESH Plus there, but the proof is in the pudding, in the eating. So with regards to evidence that shows that our young people and children are under stress and their emotional and mental well-being needs to be supported, we need to have specialist carers support, emotional support for young people in our schools. However, this is going at such a slow pace that by the time it's fully rolled out to special schools, primary schools, secondary schools, those children that are currently in junior infants probably won't even see it at all. Now, class sizes, not one person has mentioned class sizes today. We have the largest class sizes in the EU. The average in the EU is 19 and we have 23. Children cannot learn in overcrowded classrooms. We just can't. I'm shocked that it wasn't even mentioned because it is constantly mentioned by students, teachers, parents, unions. It's just flabbergasting that it hasn't even been mentioned today. And let's talk about the basics of school buildings. The physical condition of our schools matter. In too many cases, there are still children being taught in prefabs without proper ventilation or accessibility. Sometimes in terrible condition, in fact. This is a costly outlay on an annual basis. It was actually, for a 3-year period, it was €86 million. In 2024, 440 schools were renting prefabs to the tune of €28.8 million. And what should not be forgotten is the impact on climate, as well as the children. These buildings are costly to run and poorly insulated. We needed a comprehensive plan to phase out prefab classrooms, to replace them with modern energy-efficient buildings that serve our students for the long term. Now, I know that you have plans to roll out the school buildings. Quite frankly, I wish every success for that. I'm not very hopeful because I think it's quite an ambitious target. It's an utter disgrace, I suppose, that any school in this country needs to be asking for voluntary contributions in order to cover the costs of rising insurance and energy bills, to put in ICT systems, to repair sports facilities, to do the basics of what any modern state school should have. Now, I see the capitation grants have risen. I don't think it's to the tune that really will work and that will prevent parents having to go out and do fundraisers, because it's not up to the school leaders and the parents to constantly have to do fundraisers for the basics. Of course, if they want to fundraise for a trip or for other things, the icing on the cake things, fantastic. But for the basics, we should definitely not have that. The lack of special classes, special education places remains a huge concern, particularly for children with autism and complex needs. The department continually operates on a reactive basis, not a proactive basis. The department's promises and plans for special education has not come to fruition. There are currently, as of the 1st of October, 24 children without an appropriate school place, and a further 160 children who have school places on paper, but there's no physical school building for them to attend, therefore they do not have a school place. It is where the reality versus the paper exercise has been done by the government that we can see, promising phantom school places for children with additional needs. This really is the reality of what's happened. The stress that this has caused for parents and for those children is immense. We welcome the announcement that there will be additional 1,717 SNAs and 860 special education teachers. However, as of August this year, there were 600 vacant teacher posts. So I'm just wondering where you're going to find these additional 860 special education teachers. I think perhaps if you asked me, I'd say they're probably in Dubai or Australia, living the life that they can have over there that they couldn't possibly wish to have over here. So unless this government wants to make the country affordable to young graduate teachers, these vacancies will will continue. SNAs, the additional SNAs are welcome. I suppose what I would say is this, I'm a little bit concerned that this is more fiddling of numbers, because it seems to me like a grandiose announcement that will take the heat off the government for the current absolute confusion and fear they have caused due to the new SNA review, the SNA Workforce Development Unit.